to the AIB meeting for today, which is December 1st, 2022. First of all, I want to thank you for joining us today. We have a number of board members who are with us. Why don't you run through who's with us today, Rachel?
Sure. We have, in addition to yourself, we have Vice Chair Kerwin and board members Manco, Stapleton, Doss, and Lynch.
Okay, thank you. We will have a rather significant action to undertake today. That is to adopt the first comprehensive plan. When we say adopt, it does not mean that it is in the final written format that we will have to embark upon the days, but essentially what we are voting for today is the content and subject to some later editing and any obvious changes that we may have missed over the next few days. It may take a few days for us to finalize that, but today's action is intended to, in effect, adopt this plan. I want to thank everyone for all the comments and questions that you submitted. As I indicated earlier, we tried to be as open as possible, to be as transparent, to make sure that we hear from all of you who had questions and issues related to this plan. Let me remind you of a couple of things. A, as I stated at the very beginning, we were not trying to rewrite the legislation per se. Recognizing that there may be a point in time in the future for us to look more deeply at some legislative changes, but that is not our intent with this first plan. Secondly, some of the questions that you raised over the last few weeks were questions that are not necessarily things for which the AIB is directly responsible for. And some of those may have been directed to the state board, of which we've tried to work in conjunction and to share with them some of that feedback. There are some changes that we've looked at and we think that it's appropriate for us to adopt, but those changes are consistent with what I believe is the statutory interpretation and not necessarily something that's inconsistent with the language and the intent of the legislation. Why don't you, Rachel, give us a sense of what we received comprehensively so that the public will have a very good idea of what we've been dealing with over the last couple of weeks, because I think it is pretty impressive, the amount of feedback and also the amount of work that you and members of the state staff of state board have been involved with as well.
Sure. So we have received a total of 444 pieces of written testimony or feedback. And that's a combination of emailed testimony and also feedback through the Google form. We got a significant amount of feedback through the Google form as well. So 444 pieces of written feedback or testimony, and the bulk of that was received after the public hearing on November 10th. Oh, there we go. We have a slide with some of this on it. So the bulk of it was received after November 10th at the public hearing. And this includes feedback from the AIB advisory committees. So lots of really thorough, comprehensive, and lengthy testimony was submitted within those 444 pieces. And all of that is available for the public to view at the link that is in the slide deck. And the slide deck has been posted on the AIB website, so the public can access the slide deck and the link to all of the testimony and feedback. What AIB staff did is, aside from, processing it all, logging it all in, putting it all, tracking it all, was actually, as we were reviewing it, each individual piece of testimony, we identified which pieces of in many of the, at least half, probably more than half of the testimony addressed multiple parts of the plan, different pillars. And so as a way to organize ourselves, we went through and specifically entered into a spreadsheet, for which who was submitting the testimony, what pillar it addressed, and then a little summary of what they were proposing. And then we did that for all of the feedback and testimony. And in that process, also reviewed the content and determined, based on our review of the materials, whether it was something that could be incorporated into the initial plan. And we primarily based that on whether it was related to the blueprint itself, whether it would improve or support implementation of the blueprint, and whether it would require a legislative change, because as the chair just said, that legislative changes were not something that could be directly incorporated into the plan at this time. Staff really worked very hard to take all the feedback and wherever possible, incorporate it as if not into the plan itself, as an implementation consideration or implementation guidance. And so there are quite a number of changes that are proposed in the revised plan that you all have, and that the public also has. It is posted on the website.
Okay. All right. Let me again thank you and the staff, your rather modest staff, for the extraordinary amount of work. And I wanted the public to hear what you've just described, because it involves a great deal of work, painstaking work over the last few weeks. But it's something that I feel very strongly we should share with the public and involve as much interest of the general public as possible in our plan. Let me also thank the advisory committee and the state board as well, because they also at least were working in conjunction with you on how we would move forward here. So it's an extraordinary amount of work, and thank you again for your dedication and support. Are there any questions from the board members before we move into our task today of going through sort of an overview? And I use the term overview, and we will go to details as you precisely indicate areas, or the staff indicate areas that we should concentrate on based on potential changes that we may make today. Again, at the end of today's meeting, once we've exhausted that, we will have a vote on adopting the comprehensive plan, which will be subject to later editing and formatting that will come out probably sometime a week or so. Are there any questions or comments from the board members?
Yeah, I just want to add that I was amazed actually by the process when I looked at, and I'll just say it was this humongous spreadsheet that the staff had put out, and I could look at every comment, every piece of feedback, and they addressed every piece of feedback and determine what action should be taken. And I know Rachel just said it, but she said it in a low-key way. So I just wanted to emphasize that, I mean, it was great. And then the feedback that came from folks, from the public, it was just so thoughtful and so thorough and so helpful. And as we go through it, everyone will see that how helpful it was to what we're going to do or be able to do with the changes with the plan. So I just wanted to put that forward and say that.
Thank you.
Dr. Lynch has her hand up.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank Rachel and your staff for the incredible job that you have done. In our last meeting, you did a really great job of sort of outlining kind of what this plan is and what it isn't. And I was wondering if you could just give the sort of 30-second elevator speech just to kind of refresh everybody's memory as we start to look this over of what the plan is designed to do and what it's not designed to do, so that we just sort of orient ourselves to the expectations.
Sure. And we actually all thought about putting that in the slide deck again, but we didn't want to repeat ourselves. But yeah, I think that's really helpful to stay focused on what the purpose of the comprehensive implementation plan is. And it's really to identify, and at the last meeting, I really focused on sort of the what versus the how. So the AIB's primary focus is on the what needs to be done, but also the when, the timelines, and as part of the what are the expectations, what are the expected outcomes to drive towards achieving the blueprint's goals. The how, in terms of how MSDE, other state entities, and the LEAs actually implement strategies to achieve the what is really primarily the role of MSDE and the LEAs and some of the other state entities involved. Although there is sort of that gray area between the what and the how, where the AIB is charged with ensuring that the blueprint is implemented with fidelity. And so that sort of moves the AIB partly into the gray area there. But I think as the chair noted earlier, we did get a significant amount of testimony and feedback that was very focused on the how and like the minutia of the how. And I think in order to keep the AIB focused on its primary role and to allow the LEAs and MSD and other entities to focus on their primary role, some of that minutia is better left to their individual implementation plans that will be submitted to the AIB and subject to review and approval, and also just, you know, their local and state sort of responsibility, and to not the blueprint comprehensive plan is not intended to specify every single thing that and to require every single thing to be done. That's why we have local flexibility, local control, and a State Department of Education who, you know, are the state's education experts. Does that that was not an elevator speech, however, that was too long for an elevator speech.
No, I think that's just very helpful for people to understand what this is designed to do and what it's not. So thank you for that.
Sure. Mr. Manko?
Does it make sense at some point to route some of the pieces of the 444 pieces of testimony that dealt more with the how to the various entities who are responsible for constructing their local plans on what the how looks like, so that they have a leg up on, you know, understanding that these are concerns from the public, and they can put things in place in order to try to address those within their local plans.
Absolutely. We were definitely planning on, and we've already been like identifying within the different pieces of the testimony, you know, what to share with MSDE, you know, the consortium, the CTE committee. We could definitely also share with LEAs. That's a good idea.
Anything else, Joe? George,
No,
any other?
yeah.
Thanks. There's another hand up.
I do not see any other hands.
All right, then what we'll do now is go through the plan itself. It is not to go through each and every piece of the 400 bits of comments and questions that were raised over the last few weeks, but to highlight and look at some of those differences or changes that we intend to make, especially the major ones, and anything that the board itself or staff may want to pull forward so that we can make sure that the essential components are the salient issues that we've talked about repeatedly, how we will deal with them so we can get some consensus on that. So Rachel, why don't you start with yourself and how we're going to go through that, and then we'll note questions and issues as we go through the individual pillars and such. So. All right.
Sure, sounds good. So we just have a series of slides to sort of, as the chair said, sort of at a semi-high level, summarize the types of feedback that were received, what was incorporated in the plan at this time, what wasn't able to be incorporated into the plan, and then we can move into the document with the specific language around each of the pillars. So starting with things that were incorporated into the plan proposed before you. We talked about this at the last meeting as well. Set that the blueprint has a vision and a goal, aspirational goal for all Maryland students to leave high school globally competitive and prepared for success in post-secondary education, work, and life. And this is all students, regardless of where they live, their family income, race, ethnicity, gender, language spoken at home, disabilities, and any other unique characteristics. So really, that is the goal of the blueprint, is we want all of our students to be prepared for success. And
let me emphasize the word here. We have it in bold, all, because at one point there was a question about nearly all, but I think that saying it up front, and all was the original intent all along, but we want to make sure that there's no confusion about that word as we see it in our document today. And that is what is expressed, I think, now throughout the entire document, correct?
Exactly. Okay. And so that aspiration is now reflected throughout the document in the expected outcomes and outcome measures. And we will look to the outcome measures work group to refine those measures and also quantify the goals and the timelines for achieving them over the next 5 months or so. Right. And Emma, if you can go to the next slide. And so just as a refresher, this is the process that the AIB is planning to use in collaboration with MSDE, the school systems, various state agencies, including the Longitudinal Data System Center, higher education, and experts in data and equitable outcomes, including racial equity experts, to really refine those outcome measures and develop the measures and the targets and the timelines for measuring progress and implementing the blueprint. And the plan is to begin those meetings in January and hopefully have proposals to move towards public feedback starting in the spring, similar to the working sessions that we held the summer as we were working on developing the initial comprehensive plan. And then ultimately the AIB will adopt those outcome measures, metrics, and targets as part of the updated Blueprint Comprehensive Plan in August of 2023. So right now we're talking about the initial plan, and in August of next year, we will have an updated plan that will incorporate all of the targets and timelines. And as we discussed at the last meeting, this going through this process will not delay the blueprint implementation in any way, because the plans that are being submitted in March of 2023 are focused on establishing a baseline, collecting baseline data around different measures, and data for the current school year and the next school year, but not a significant number of years out in the future. Whereas after these targets are adopted in August, we will be asking the LEAs and other entities to submit updated plans in 2024 that will actually go out the 5-year implementation period, the first 5-year implementation period. And at that time, they will be expected to, based on the metrics and targets that the AIB has adopted, they will need to incorporate those into their plans, and their and how they will meet the targets that are being set.
Hey, Rachel,
Go ahead,
Yes.
go ahead, Rick.
I just want to, you said it, but I do want to emphasize one point is we will certainly seek input and both from the LEAs, MSDE, the public, et cetera. But at the end of the day, it's up to the AIB to determine the measures and metrics and targets. That's what that bullet says, but I just wanted to reinforce that point.
Correct. I mean, ultimately, the AIB, as part of the Blueprint Comprehensive Plan, is required to
Okay.
set targets and milestones for how the not just the local school systems, but also the state entities that are implementing the blueprint, what they will be held accountable for. Absolutely.
There were some questions and 1 or 2 comments about the measures and outcomes, at least a belief or thought that they were not clear, or that they have been avoided in some form or fashion. This particular area, I think, makes it fairly clear about the intent, the process, and the timeline for us to address that particular question. So hopefully, for any of those who may have a question about that, this should be a responsive answer to that.
And Rachel, I know you probably stated it, but when do we expect to have confirmation of the work group members?
We're planning to develop the work group membership this month. But this month, although realistically, I imagine that might spread a little bit into early January, but certainly the intent is to start holding meetings in January. So we will need to identify those folks as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, just to follow up on that, Mara, I was pleased to give a presentation about progress thus far at the Maryland Assessment Group a couple of weeks ago in Ocean City. And at that meeting, I also presented this timeline plan and invited folks to nominate. These are folks who are very knowledgeable in the districts regarding assessment in their district and in their schools. So I invited them to nominate themselves or another. So we have some lists of folks from around the state already who may be excellent choices to join that group.
Great. And we'll urge anyone else out there who wants to nominate or put a name forward to please do so. Okay,
Yes.
go on, Rick.
And we do have on our website, we could do a separate form. We do have just a general feedback form, not related to, providing testimony on the plan, that folks could use to, if they want to express interest in serving on the work group or nominate someone, or send an email to aib@maryland.gov.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll put that up on the website as well. So the timeline here, you can see, this just shows what I just described in words, essentially, that the intent is to start meeting in January, to start providing drafts over the winter and spring. And I believe that where we last, when we last spoke, we were thinking we might have a work group for each pillar, including 5, and pillar 5 would essentially sort of pull it all together. So I think ideally, each pillar group is done with their work or has something to propose, we don't need to wait until May for all of the work to be shared and discussed. And then we'll hold those public working sessions in June and July, and ultimately adopt the targets and timelines in the updated plan in August. Are there any other questions on this, or we can move on? Okay, so the next slide is our examples of some of the implementation considerations that have been added to the plan as a result of public feedback. And we have a couple of slides of these examples. This is not an exhaustive list, but we did want to kind of give a sense of the kinds of things that were included. So you see the first one there is consider creating partnerships between Head Start programs and higher education institutions, particularly historically Black colleges and universities, MSIs, which are minority serving institutions, and what's missing here is the HSIs, the Hispanic serving institutions. That it's in the document, but it's not on the slide. Reviewing the eligibility requirements for loan assistance repayment program for teachers. There were comments made about the certain requirements in the law that limit which teachers can receive loan assistance repayment. So that's something that we can look at. Identify steps for teacher preparation programs to meet new requirements within the timeline in the blueprint. That is both rigorous and manageable. So, you know, this is a big heavy lift for the teacher preparation program. So we certainly need to provide further guidance and technical assistance around how it can be accomplished within the existing timeline. There's I don't want to read these all to everyone because everyone can read. Just moving down, I'll just point out there's one about exploring a statewide approach to expansion of two-way immersion programs. This is one of the recommendations of the English language work group that was submitted actually early. They got their work done early so that we could incorporate pieces of their recommendations into the plan. And then you can see there's one on looking at how special education services are provided to students enrolled in the Department of Juvenile Services. The capacity of school staff, particularly in community schools, to facilitate extended learning and out of school time. And what's not shown here is consideration of partnerships with community organizations that individual schools could enter into to support both their in-school time and out of school time. And moving on to the next slide. This is areas of technical assistance that were added. So, so the previous slide were implementation considerations that may be barriers or challenges to implementing the law's requirements. This is, we've been identifying specific technical assistance that folks are asking for around different pieces of the blueprint that they need additional support in implementing. And one of them you can see is implementing the 9th grade student progress monitoring system, previously called the tracker system, but some of the feedback was that the that phrase was not as descriptive or accurate as it could be. So we've changed that from the 9th grade tracker to the 9th grade student progress monitoring system. We did get a lot of feedback around the needs for community schools, around professional development and training for school leaders and staff, and also assistance in completing their needs assessments for the community schools. So these are areas of technical assistance. They're also areas that will show up on another slide related to MSDE providing more guidance and more support to the LEAs and their community school leadership in terms of implementing the community school model. And we just specifically added, this was the plan, but we've specifically added to the plan that AIB and MSD will jointly provide structured technical assistance sessions to the LEAs as they are working on their local implementation plans, both in the next several months and also over the next several years as they are really building out their implementation plans for the next 10 years. And then this is a big one, the strategic allocation and reallocation of resources in order to implement the blueprint, and school level budgeting, which is something that some LEAs do more than others, and it is a very challenging for those that don't do this. It's a very it's a different way. It's a different way of allocating your resources. And then moving on to communication and transparency. This was a, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Manko, was that on the previous slide?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
You know, I as I'm thinking through the kind of technical assistance structure, it seems as though this comes in at least 2 forms, probably multiple forms, but some of it is topical, just based on things that have already surfaced that are challenges that that have a research base, have best practices that we can derive some understanding and guidance from. But it seems like the other side is also the more kind of surgical individual support. And I've heard a lot about, we are structuring sessions around community schools. We are structuring sessions around mixed delivery. And I think all of those are important, but I think probably equally or just as important is the, individual LEA that, needs help in terms of, just thought partnership with someone to help them kind of think through. And I know some of that we were planning on setting up a structure so that LEAs could support one another. But what is the kind of infrastructure that we're thinking around the individual supports to LEAs to help them kind of think through based on their local context, based on the structures that exist within their system, how to best how to best develop their plan within the constructs that the AIB has provided, but also doing kind of justice to whatever their local context is, because I think that's probably equally maybe more important, and we just haven't talked about that as much.
Absolutely. And so AIB and MSDE, we've been talking about the framework for technical assistance that we're working on in collaboration. And it's actually a combination of what you described. So it is that topical specific topics. MSD actually sent a survey out to the LEAs earlier this week to while we've been gathering lots of information along the way about where technical assistance is needed, we're doing this survey to really try to focus for the technical assistance around topics that are the most in need for the most LEAs, really figure out what the highest priorities are in the short term and then also over the longer term. So there'll be that. But also there will be office hours, regular office hours that will be open to any LEA to access to talk about whatever they need, whatever individualized issues they might want to discuss. And then there's a third, which is sort of the convening of the LEAs, not just around a specific topic, but really narrow topic, but a broader around, working on their plan so that they can learn from each other. And those are going to be organized around each pillar so that they can learn from each other and sort of, and we can, everybody can sort of be talking and working together. So we kind of have 3 different types of TA that we're looking at providing over the next several months as they're working on these initial plans, and then we're going to build out a plan for the longer term.
Yeah.
And the first sessions are actually hopefully going to start next week.
Got it. I would also maybe encourage a 4th type of TA, which would be, and maybe this was already done, but in the survey to the LEAs on what they are interested in learning more about, also having the LEAs share what they have expertise around. Because, I think, districts like Baltimore City that have been, implementing community schools for 10 years have a lot to share with the rest of the state in terms of their learnings, what the pitfalls have been, how they have avoided those. I think Washington County, is doing wonderful work around apprenticeship. I mean, there are shining stars across the state, LEAs that have really hunkered down and are doing things spectacularly well that, that story needs to be told and shared so that we're learning from one another.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Okay. So the next area I think was communication and transparency, which was we did receive a significant amount of feedback, suggesting that there be more transparency and communication around particularly feedback that in the plan we were identifying key actors, which were more the folks that were actually doing the implementing, but we got a lot of feedback that that there were folks, actors who are part of the process that weren't being identified in the plan, and so we broadened that category to include not just the key actors who will be doing the implementing, but the other stakeholders part of that implementation process. So that includes throughout the draft plan, the comprehensive plan, parents, caregivers, guardians, students, and community members and community and advocacy organizations. So that is, you'll see that change throughout the document. And you can see other the first bullet there, that information should be shared in lots of different methods, in person, virtual, email, social media, and also in multiple languages. And we have incorporated the both of those into the plan, and specifically that the comprehensive plan will be translated into several languages once it is finalized. And also that the LEAs should do the same. And this, we were thinking this might be one area where the AIB could help support the LEAs in that translation process, just to sort of make it easier for them.
Hey, Rachel,
Yes.
this slide highlights the need for us to, as we staff up, to bring on a communication expert.
Yes.
This is such a paramount need, and it sort of can't be left to an add-on to already very busy people. So I think it is going to be, should be a priority for us as we fill positions, to get somebody in this role who can help us address this very pressing need to have a regular and effective and high quality communication flow out to the public.
Absolutely. And also on the last bullet, as we're staffing up as well, we're going to be building out the website to incorporate, once the outcome measures work group finishes its work and the AIB adopts the outcome measures and targets, we want to create a series of dashboards, or data, both quantitative and qualitative data, that will demonstrate how the blueprint is being implemented and what progress is being made or not made, I guess. And so that's on the last bullet there. And that's definitely something that will be happening after the targets are set. The next set of slides refers to implementation and guidance and requirements. So this is really when you get into each objective, and then where the tables go through task by task. There's the left-hand side of the table, which is the actual task or subtask. And then on the right-hand side of that are either implementation requirements or guidance around implementation, sort of not considerations, but at the task level, not at the higher level. And so there's a number of additional guidance that has been added to the document, particularly in Pillar 1 related to the pre-K expansion, clarifying that per the law, the pre-K teacher certification is not required until the 25-26 school year, and that the additional high quality standard for pre-K teaching assistants is also not required until the 25-26 school year.
Rachel, let me interrupt on those 2 points. When I read those 2 points, there's something hit me that was disconcerting about that. And now I finally realize what it is. It is stated in the negative, and we start off saying what not required, and therefore it sounds like you're watering something down, as opposed to saying in the positive, that is, these requirements are required beginning in those years. And that's a big difference, because when you see it there, it looks sort of odd and somewhat degrading, in the sense that you're saying it's not required, not needed, or whatever, as opposed to it is required beginning in such and such a year. And so I would suggest that we alter that language slightly, could make it a requirement, but have it at the years of the beginning as opposed not required now.
So, and I don't know that we want to do this right at this moment or when we get to,
Yeah.
when we go through pillar
You're
one.
right. Just a comment that's making on it.
No, I
Well,
understand. I think what the confusion is that what you described and the positive is actually what was already in the plan. The clarification is that that the way that it has been interpreted up to this point is that the pre-K certification is required now.
Yeah. But you're going to have a broader misinterpretation of someone looking at it and assuming that it's not required. And that's the both interpretation. The broad interpretation would be from anybody reading that is they don't require it because they don't look at the list as opposed to saying it in the positive. So yes, you're going to have a misinterpretation. Misinterpretation may be among some people who we are in intimate contact with versus the broad public, which you're not in contact with, who believe in that it's not required, and we watered down our requirements. It sounds simple, but believe me, there's a big difference for the public looking at that as opposed to the people. You're in direct contact with people who this would impact. So we could always explain, but not to the general public, anyone else looking at that. They'll walk away believing that we watered this down or that it is not required. Even though if you read it completely, that's not precisely what this says.
Gotcha. We definitely don't, there's definitely not watering down
No.
of the high quality standards. This is just being clear about when the high quality standards take effect, but we
Right.
can definitely clarify that. Another clarification in the next bullet is really just sort of a rewording to reflect that the high school level of apprenticeships are considered an industry credential. And in the initial draft, the language was more an industry credential or the high school level of a registered apprenticeship program. So what we've done throughout the document is to clarify that industry credential, recognized credentials include the high school level of a registered apprenticeship program. And in fact, the apprenticeship is the preferred credential if it exists in an industry. Not every industry has an apprenticeship, but for those that do, it would be the preferred credential. The next bullet is we recently received MSDE's final report on looking at neighborhood indicators of poverty. And so the next steps on that will be to work with MSDE and the governor and General Assembly to determine whether it should be implemented and if so, how. And in fact, the superintendent will be at our next meeting and will be discussing that report and the recommendations with the AIB. And then just to highlight the last couple of bullets there, we got a significant amount of feedback from the arts and education in Maryland schools organization and their members who had a number of points that they made, some of which we weren't able to incorporate, but we did clarify, and the blueprint does specifically call out in the law that even that those subjects that are not part of the college and career readiness standard are still really important and critical to students' overall education. And there is specific blueprint, there's specific language in the blueprint that authorizes the use of funding to support those non-CCR programs, including the arts. And so we did incorporate that language into the plan. I see Dr. Stapleton's hand up.
Since you are just on this topic, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all of the middle school students at Thomas Pyle Middle School for taking the time to become civically involved and providing testimony, written testimony. So thank you, students. It's important to become civically involved.
Yes, yes. The next slide are just additional guidance and requirements that were added. Some of the feedback that we received was sort of asking how the AIB will use the data that it does collect and analyze. And so we've added to the plan that that the AIB, in addition to what the plan already said around using the data to monitor progress and look at whether LEAs and state entities are making the progress that is expected each year, that the AIB may also make changes to the plan as a result of whatever the data is telling us, as well as suggest legislative changes through the annual report each year. This acronym WEL, that's the work group on English learners, recommended cultural competency training that the EL, English learner family coordinators, could deliver to school personnel. So we've incorporated that. There was also a suggestion that that the AIB and MSTE develop a model or a template career ladder, something that that we can consider doing. And the last item there relates to the community school needs assessments, and that MSTE should, aggregate those needs assessments and really use that data to identify trends in what needs the community schools have that could inform what professional development they're providing to the community school coordinators. That's another example.
Hey, Rachel, remind me of what ERTs are.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, I'm realizing, and we have so many acronyms that I realize is hard for not just the board, but the public. Those are expert review teams.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So those are the expert review teams, and this feedback was really around making sure that the teams that go into the schools have a wide range of subject area knowledge, not just in the CCR subjects, but beyond those. And we added that in as well. If you could go to the next slide.
Just before you leave that,
yes.
you said, it says, shall consider developing a model template career ladder. Are you suggesting that's something we need to decide later, or are we going to do that? Or, I mean, to me, it would be very valuable to have that done. So what's the thinking there?
Sure. So the specific feedback was that the AIB and MSD should develop a model or template career ladder if the LEAs were not able to reach an agreement with their teachers unions. That is something that I think we would need to consult with our legal counsel as to whether that's appropriate, because the blueprint law does say that the career ladder is subject to collective bargaining. So we're kind of at the intersection of blueprint law and collective bargaining law. And I have actually already asked our temporary Assistant Attorney General to start looking into that. Not just this specific question, but really, how the interpretation of how blueprint law and collective bargaining law interact. So that was the specific request. And so what we incorporated into the plan is to consider developing a model or template career ladder that LEAs could use as part of the as part of the collective bargaining process, not necessarily in place of it, or if they can't reach an agreement.
Yeah. What that seems important to me, because in our consultation with some experts on career ladders, what we learned that some work and some don't. And there were certain elements of career ladders that seemed very important to their success. And so, providing a model based on best practice and expert input would certainly seem to me to be a very constructive step. A model, right? It's not mandated, but it's something for people to draw from. So anyway, I'm in favor of that, but I understand that's to be determined later.
Well, I understand it to be determined by the collective bargaining process, which is different, isn't it? Rachel?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So I think if we were developing a model or a template that the LEAs would, and the collective, and the teachers unions could both use as part of their discussions and negotiations. I think, but I would want to confirm that would be fine for us to do.
I don't see a problem with suggesting a model to them, but it still must be, as I understand it, agreed to through the collective bargaining process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dr. Stapleton, do you have your hand up?
I do have my hand
Okay.
up. I just wanted to remind us and help us try to understand there's funding for the Teacher Collaboratives Project. MSDE has funded these projects that have involved testing out components of teacher career ladders.
Yeah.
So that work is already being done in several locations. Where, under what mechanisms do we learn of the results? One of the written testimonies was from Segun Eubanks, who offered to share, and these pilots have involved teacher union representatives, the districts, and the higher ed institutions. So I think we need to move forward on hearing from those sort of pilot works.
Definitely. That I think that would be a really good first step in technical assistance around the career ladder. And I'm pretty sure we already have in the comprehensive plan that there be a process where the sharing out of the best practices from the teacher collaborative grants, but this would be one way to do that. Absolutely. Anything else before we move on? Okay. There were also, based on feedback, a number of areas where we've added either where MSDE or MSDE in collaboration with AIB would provide additional guidance around different areas. And you can see most of these actually on this page are MSDE, but these are just examples. There are others in the plan that are proposed. So the first is a framework for community school implementation based on evidence-based practices and research that would include family and community engagement, school climate and culture, and student mobility. So this is something that the plan now asks MSDE to create a framework for the community schools around the state to learn from. MSDE is also asked to develop a comprehensive framework for racial equity and cultural competency. This is feedback that we received from several organizations that that we really need a comprehensive framework that guides instruction, professional development, interactions with students and staff. And so MSDE seemed like the right organization to take the lead on that, working with in collaboration with other stakeholders and experts. And then we also received a number of pieces of feedback, specifically about restorative practices and trauma-based a trauma-based lens. And so we've also incorporated that and asked MSD to provide guidance on restorative practices, particularly to support teacher preparation programs, as they are, the blueprint requires the teacher preparation programs to include restorative practices into their programs. And we also received a number of questions around in the blueprint. There are a number of places where certain things don't take effect until the AIB determines that the blueprint has been fully implemented. One of those places is around, and we got a lot of feedback on this as well, whether students who are not college and career ready will have access to the post-CCR pathways. And under the law, currently, they do have access to them up until the point when the AIB determines that the blueprint has been fully implemented, at which point, at least in the blueprint's vision, the focus is on students becoming college and career ready before they, so that they are prepared to be successful in the post-CCR pathways. But how that will be determined when that point has been reached is something that will need to be developed. So we've added that to the plan. So now we move into some of the themes around feedback that we weren't able to incorporate into the plan at this time. And it really falls under two categories. The largest category is that it would require a change to the legislation. And there were quite a number of proposals or suggestions to include things in the comprehensive plan that would require a legislative change. And here are examples of those suggestions. All of these need changes in the blueprint law to implement. And as the chair and board members have said, the focus right now is on implementing the blueprint as stated in the law, and trying to identify and work through the challenges to implementation before we consider changes such as delaying implementation of full day pre-K for students who come from families with income above 300%, which is where the sliding scale kicks in. There was a suggestion that we need additional assessments for kindergarten readiness. And right now, the law is very clear that there is only one assessment for kindergarten readiness. There were, suggestions to expand both the pay increases tied to national board certification, and also provide career ladders and salary increases for other types of teachers, for other advanced degrees, as well as other professions within education who are not teachers, all of which if the state were going to provide funding, would require changes to the law. We had a number of pieces of testimony concerned by the requirement that assistant principals will teach for 20% of the time under the blueprint, and that principals are encouraged to teach 10% of the time. The blueprint doesn't actually require principals to teach, it encourages them. But there were, we did receive quite a bit of feedback about that requirement, which is in the law. And the next one I just referenced related to making, giving non-college and career ready students permanent access to the post-CCR pathways. That would require a change in the law. And so these are just examples of feedback that would change the blueprint. And in many of these cases, there were already implementation guidance or considerations around these issues, and sort of trying to address the challenges of implementing the requirements rather than changing them. So it's not that there aren't provisions in the plan that speak to these things, but the feedback was, to change them in the plan. And then the next slide.
Oh, go to
Oh,
slide.
sure.
Didn't we just deal with the arts education portion?
So we did incorporate provisions into the plan around supporting arts education and the blueprint providing funding to support arts education. That
it is in fact eligible now.
It is eligible. It is eligible. What
would this do?
This would include arts education so right now, for college and career readiness, it's based on English language arts and math are the two subjects,
right.
And then science when
right.
practicable. So science is actually not in the CCR standard yet. The feedback that was received from many folks was that the arts should be in the CCR standard as well.
And
other subjects, not just the arts.
Let me ask you a question on that point then. I agree that the arts should be in some way funded and the interpretation we had before. But if we made this change, why would not change for physical education, which many people have made arguments about, or some other areas as well? And that's the question that I have. Not that they could not get funded, but they would be part of the standard and requirement of these. And you could make that argument, therefore, about some other areas as well.
This example is arts education, but we also received feedback suggesting that social studies should be part of the standard and other subject areas, as you point out, which are funded, which are part of the education system and are funded, but are not specifically in the CCR standard.
Yeah, I understand. And all I'm raising the question is, and we're not going to decide today because it's subject legislation, that once you open this up as being a part of the standard, it will raise questions about some others, and there needs to be a strong rationale as to why we would precisely now include arts as opposed to some of the others as well, even though they are now subject to funding based on the interpretation we had early in this discussion. But since it's a legislative matter, we're not going to decide it. We don't have to address it right now, but just a question about it going forward.
Dr. Lynch has her hand up.
Yeah, I think I just had, I guess I just have some clarification around that. I
I'm assuming that part of the concern was that in an attempt to have students become college and career ready, the practices of the past were to double on things, double on math, double on reading, double on science, and at the expense of these other programs. Research and science would tell us that that is not necessarily the best or most effective way. And I think one of the things that the blueprint does is sort of anchor into what is research driven and best practices. So I guess what I'm wondering is the concern based on historical knowledge of what has been done in the past, or is it an attempt to add additional layers of graduation requirements, which seems like a completely separate legislative process? Because I think one, we can manage through implementation monitoring. It doesn't have to be necessarily in the plan, but we can certainly be making sure that the full spectrum of learning opportunities for students is not being compromised, and it's have multiple ways to demonstrate their learning in multiple domains. That's something we can do in the monitoring. The other is sort of a legislative fix. So I'm just sort of wondering what the actual feedback it would like to be addressing.
I think it was both. I think it was both. There were definitely feedback that a concern that because the arts was not in the CCR standard, that it would, that it would get crowded out. And, a request that one of the requests was that the schedule, the high school schedule allow or require every student to take one arts course, that their schedule would allow that. So I think it's both. I think that, and I agree with you. I think some of it is definitely can be part of the monitoring implementation, because you're absolutely right. The research shows that that the arts do overall improve outcomes, and that's what we're after. So we may, I think we already have something in there in the plan that sort of addresses that, but we can double check, because I think you raise a really good point.
And Rachel, I was in the process of transitioning from phone to the computer, so I may have missed it, but I do notice on this slide you talk about permanent access to post CCR pathways for non-CCR students, and this is something that I know you and I have spoken about. I do sort of just want to share a general concern of these CCR pathways becoming tracking models by which there's like a standardized assessment to get in. It's very difficult to get back out. Again, when we talk about the full continuum of learning opportunities for students and pathways for their success, I do have concerns about not providing opportunities for students to engage in really meaningful apprenticeships or CTE pathways, or even dual enrollment, where perhaps the way an instructor might teach something at the college level would somehow be more connecting for a student. So I know it's nothing that we're going to change today, but I do just want to express the concern that we aren't limiting opportunities for students in anything that we're doing.
We also incorporated as a implementation consideration that non-CCR students still have access to particularly CTE programs, and the ability to really explore different areas of interest that keep them engaged in school. Absolutely.
Thanks.
I don't see any other hands, so I think we can move on to possibly the last slide, almost the last slide. Which, so this is the other category of feedback that we received, that the title here is outside of the blueprint scope. And some of this definitely is. It might also, need a slash there that says outside of the AIB scope, because this is starting to get into also a lot more of the how than the what, as well as issues that are very important, but really are very specific and are things that MSDE is really responsible for. And so we will be sharing with MSDE some of this very specific feedback that was received on these and other topics that are really sort of beyond the blueprint, the blueprint's scope. And we will also, as Mr. Manko suggested earlier, some of this I think is also really important for the LEAs to see. So we'll share with them too. In particular, there was a significant amount of feedback around very detailed requests for science of reading instruction and changing reading curriculum, which is curriculum is the LEA's purview, but of course the state sets the standards and the framework for the curricula. So so it really is something that isn't, in that case, not necessarily outside of the blueprint scope so much as outside of the AIB scope. I see a couple of hands. Dr. Lynch, I think you were first.
So I just would like a little bit of clarification, because I'm looking at two things in particular: the delivery of transition services for teens with disabilities and special education service coordination. And while certainly I think it's not the AIB's role to be in the day-to-day operations, I am assuming that we are and will be monitoring the effective delivery of those services as part of what we do. So it's not like we're not, it's not that we aren't monitoring that whatever the school system is doing is both working and is effective, but it's that we're not being directive about what and how that is being implemented. Is that my correct understanding?
Yes, absolutely. So we will, exactly. So we will be, looking at data around, let's say we look at disaggregated data for teens who have IEPs, students with disabilities, and whether whether they are moving into the next service in a timely way. So we'll be looking at the outcomes on the outcome side, but not on the sort of, as you put it, the day-to-day or the how the transition services are delivered, just sort of whether they're delivered and whether they're delivered in a timely way.
And then I think sort of related to that, looking at the civics education and science of reading instruction, should there be legislation that would mandate the science of reading, or that would mandate civics education as part of a graduation requirement? Does that become something that we need to then come back as the AIB and incorporate into the plan, because it then would be part of curriculum? Or because it's part of curriculum, does it remain sort of like sitting within MSDE?
I mean, it's tricky, right? I mean, it's sort of like, where's the line? But I mean, I would personally say that, as important as civics education is overall, that it's not specifically part of the blueprint. And so certainly the AIB could choose to incorporate something around that into the plan, but it's not a specific element of the blueprint. Mr. Manko?
So I think two things that had been surfaced as concerns that I didn't see in the slide deck, and I don't know actually where we landed on it. One was around the 60% time and just trying to go through and define the parameters of that. So is this 60% of 190 days? Is this 60% of 180 days? Does this include teacher and student lunch periods? Just providing more parameters around that so that when LEAs develop their their local plans, that they have they've taken that into account when determining their schedules and figuring out their staffing. So I don't know where we landed with that. And then the second is around the 10% pay increases for teachers across the state, and how that factors in, in relation to, typical COLA increases year over year, and already established COLA increases. So, where do we land with those two issues, and giving some more definition to that so that LEAs can plan accordingly?
In both of those cases, we had already incorporated, I believe, or else we've further incorporated that the AIB and MSDE should provide guidance or further guidance on those topics. But the actual guidance is not in the plan. And we have provided some guidance around the 60% time, but we definitely have received more questions from the LEAs asking for more detail on that. And we're working on the 10% salary increase guidance. AIB and MSD have been talking about it, discussing it, and been discussed with some AIB board members. And so that's a work in progress, and we're gonna, it's important because you're right, the LEAs do need to know this for their planning. So that is one of our priorities for getting guidance out as soon as we can.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
But we need to be careful now that we're looking at the what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, and the metrics of assessing whether or not they've accomplished their task. But the how part of it, we need to be very balanced about how we approach that. I know there's a temptation to rush into a lot of that, but we need to be very careful about our role, and that we don't overstep getting too deep into the how. So I don't know where that line cuts off, but just a reminder to everyone.
Dr. Stapleton?
Yeah, so I wanted to jump back to the topic of science of reading instruction. And I'm not sure who mentioned it, but it was called a curriculum issue, but I believe that this is more of a professional development of our current teachers issue. And right now the blueprint does specify reading instruction skills of teacher prep students, but does not address the current vast majority of the teachers who are already currently in the workforce. And so I think this may be eligible for a discussion about legislative change.
So the blueprint plan does include, and you're right, yeah, absolutely. It references needing to make sure that teachers are trained, prospective teachers are trained in the most effective reading instruction. It doesn't specifically say the science of reading, but we have already added to the plan that the training should also be provided to all existing teachers. So that is incorporated. a lot of the feedback that this is referring to was much more specific than just training of teachers, either prospective or new or existing teachers. It was really getting more into the identification of students in using different methodologies. It was very, very specific, and not about training per se. Which is not to say that that is not important and needs to be addressed. It's just not in the comprehensive plan.
Well, we come back to that. I guess this will be a question because we've had a lot of questions about the science and reading instruction, but how do we look at that in terms of a legislative change or something else? Because again, we get to the specific types of curriculum matters therein outside of what we've already noticed in the legislation. It really opens the gates to an awful lot of things that could arguably under that category. But we'll have to come back to it anyway. So it's a matter for us to discuss, because what we've identified as things in terms of changes of legislative initiative, because that is yet to be put together in terms of a package of things to look at. This doesn't mean that list is exhaustive, so that there could be something else that we've missed or something we need to think about that should go into that. So I'm not suggesting that it does not, but we don't have to decide that today, though.
Dr. Doss?
I was wondering how in this next iteration are we addressing some of the questions or references to the racial and geographical diversity of, it was mainly teachers and guidance counselors. And I know that in the work group, and we're going to talk about metrics, and we're going to have some experts on that. But do we have any statements in this next iteration that actually addresses that concern?
I believe we do. I believe we do. That would be in pillar 2. And so why don't, as we go to the pillars, we could as we move into the document, we could show you that.
Okay, good.
Because I'm 99% sure that we have language around that in the plan.
Okay, we'll let you move on. Okay.
So I think we're actually ready to move on to the document if there are
We're
no.
going to take a 10-minute break before we go into the document. And
Okay.
what time?
It is, what's the real time? Sorry, hold, 2:36 is the current time.
All right, we're looking at about 2:45, 2:46, and we'll reconvene at that point. Take a 10 minute. Okay. All right. Hey, Brett,
Yes,
could you take over for a minute? I got to sign some documents and there's like quite a few of them I have to sign.
sure.
And I don't know how to do it too well, so it takes some time. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Go ahead and
Okay.
start.
Very good. Rachel, I think we're ready to start, aren't we?
We, I just need Dr. Lynch. I'm sure she will join in a moment.
Hey, Rachel.
Yes,
Yeah, I think we ought to just go ahead and start. She'll join us in just a moment.
here she is. Just now.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're ready to reconvene. Ike had to step away for just a few minutes, but he'll join us very shortly. I think we had an excellent discussion of the background for all the changes and suggestions that came in. And I think now, Rachel, we're ready to move into the actual plan itself. And I think the thought is we would go through pillar by pillar and see if people have any questions, additions, suggested changes, or what. So could you lead us through?
Will do. So Emma is going to share the document on her screen. So everyone, so starting at the top here. So we want to start with pillar 1. And actually, before we do pillar 1, let's just show the table of contents real quickly. This document that has the revisions is not the entire plan document, but it is, of course, the bulk of the content. And so we did just want to share the table of contents. There are a few other sections that will require or some edits related to edits that are being made in this section. And of course, things like the transmittal letter and the appendices, you know, are not shown here. But all of those things will be in the final initial plan. And then if you want to just start with pillar 1. And just to the out, yeah, exactly. So this is just the first example. We are not going to go through this document, so don't worry. But I just, you know, this is the first example of where, as the chair noted earlier, we have really aligned all of the outcomes to the ultimate goal of the blueprint, which is for all students to achieve each of the expected outcomes. And so throughout the document, you will see that those changes, as well as there's a little descriptive paragraph just referring to that the targets will be set. The outcome measures working group that we've discussed, and that the targets will be set through that process, and the metrics will be finalized and incorporated into the updated plan. And also that the data, and this was already in the document, will be disaggregated in you know, in many different ways. Some of them are described, but we're going to disaggregate all the data in as many ways as we can, so that no results are being sort of hidden among averages. So I guess I did want to show the chair, and maybe we can just move to the
Instantly, go back just 1 second,
Sure.
a little bit to the
paragraph.
no, the pillar move it down a little bit. Key actors. One group that we've talked about that wasn't on the list is the Head Start. And since we made shouldn't they be added to this group? These?
We certainly can add them. They are providers. They are public pre-K providers, but I think people don't necessarily think of them that way, but so they are covered there.
There's language elsewhere that talks about forming a partnership with Head Start. So it just seemed to me that they should be mentioned, but it's not a big.
No, we can add them. We can add them. Emma, I think it might be good. Well, I'll just take notes.
I would consider that a technical edit.
Definitely, yeah. Yep. And then if you could, Emma, go to, just sort of scroll down to the language around the high quality standards for teachers and teaching assistants. Let's see, page 13. So just for everyone's benefit, you can see on the left-hand column is the subtask related to the high quality standards that public and private providers will need to meet to participate beginning in the 25-26 school year around certification. And then the language that was in the slide deck, which is sort of clarifying that, sort of saying the reverse. It's required beginning in the 25-26 academic year. It is not required before then. But then we went on to add to the document that MSD will work with private providers to develop plans for pre-K teachers to achieve the certification in time to meet the requirement. So I think that the challenge is really that it is very hard for existing pre-K teachers to pursue the required certification while still also maintaining their current job as a pre-K teacher. And so I think helping the providers to support their teachers to achieve certification is the biggest challenge. But I wanted everybody to see that language. And then similar on the pre-K teaching assistants, on the left-hand side states that the requirement begins in the 25-26 school year. And then on the right-hand side, we have the language about that it's not required until then. But if you could just scroll to the next page, Emma, we have similar language that directs MSDE to work with the providers to develop plans so that their teaching assistants will meet the requirement in time for the 25-26 school year. And then we also added, there was feedback relating to a suggestion about whether high school students who are participating in the Teacher Academy of Maryland programs, which every school system has, whether there's a possibility that students could actually earn a CDA at the end of that program. So we thought that was a really interesting idea that that should be explored. So we've added that to the document as well. And you can see even on this page in a number of places there is, we've added that information should be disseminated in multiple languages and in other places in various methodologies, email, social media, website, flyers, in person.
So Rachel, could you just mention the color coding? What does that represent? Something staff added or was added at the suggestion of input from um, people who,
Feedback. Mhm.
yeah, and then there's the purple. I mean, is there any any way to identify by the color coding who made the insertion?
So so it's not that sophisticated. It's just which of the staff made
Okay.
the change is a different color.
I see.
Um, and Mr. Manco has his hand up.
Do we have anything in here around the stackability of credentials? Is that within our purview or is that not?
So we do have in a number of places, and even right here below the multiple languages, that MHEC and higher education institutions will work with LEAs to implement alternative pathways. And we have that for teaching assistants and for teachers. We didn't specifically, I don't believe, refer to stackable credentials, but we could say alternative pathways, including, stackable credentials. I know it's something that there's been some discussion about, but I'm not sure that, I mean, there's a lot, let's just say there's a lot of opportunity in this area for additional innovation.
Yeah, I mean, I also, would like to maybe lean on the wisdom of Mara and see if she has any insights on this and how challenging this would be, if that's a fruitful addition.
No, I think that's a good point, Joe. With the stackable credentials, it's also something that lends itself into part of the dual enrollment area and part of the CTE area as well. So I think I would suggest something like Rachel said, just ensuring that it's in that part of the language, like, for example, or including stackable credentials.
Great, we've made a note of that. So I'm, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, my thought is, as comments like these are made, unless there is a member who, speaks up in opposition or has an objection, that we would just sort of make a note of it as a change that staff will incorporate into the document.
Okay, unless there's objection.
Okay.
So I guess my only objection would be, I think it is important, obviously, to elevate it, but what can we do to really encourage this? Because it does seem like the system's a little archaic, where it's, you could be going through and trying to work towards a childcare credential, and then maybe ultimately try to enter the teacher workforce, but that the certifications that you need for both are not commensurate or aligned, and you could be going down one pathway that doesn't necessarily lead to the ultimate pathway that you want to go to, when it seems like trying to encourage there to be greater alignment, and also like ensuring that there are clear pathways for people to take would be something we would encourage, as opposed to just saying, we recognize this as an option along with all of the other many options.
Well, I mean, I think the language that you're suggesting, I mean, it says MHEC and the higher ed institutions they will work with the LEAs to implement alternative certification pathways for teaching assistants. And I see there it says work with LEAs. I think that should say providers, not just LEAs, because it's the private providers. I think the language we have in the plan is pretty strong, but I think the reality is that just saying it is not going to make it so. And there's got to be a lot of work among the various entities to really pull together and pull in the same direction. And I think the AIB is sort of in a unique role where we can help to facilitate that type of coordination and partnership and convening, while the AIB is not ultimately going to be creating the pathways, but we can facilitate. I think that's where we can add value in this process, to try to move the plan from, words on a page to actual action.
Got it.
Are there any other questions, comments, proposed changes in Pillar 1? I was just looking back at my notes and I don't think there's anything else I wanted to sort of make sure to bring to your attention in Pillar 1 right now. We can always come back to if there's something that comes up. So then are we good to move on to Pillar 2?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. One thing about that just made me think when we were talking about stackable credentials and so forth and how that makes that work. I wanted to make sure, because I saw something up above on this particular slide that, of course, talked about the certifications and associate's degree and so forth, and that the community college is specifically stated in here, because when we're talking about different pathways for these folks, and again, certification, associate's degree, and so forth, that lends itself directly to the community college. And the community colleges have been working very hard with their pathways and making sure that there's direct linkages between the, I want to say the workforce non-credit to credit, so that a person, just as Joe was leaning toward, could start one end and go to the other without losing time and credit. So just want to make sure that that is prominently noted somewhere.
Emma, could you just scroll up a little bit? There, yeah,
And
there you go. So
yeah, when we talk about public and private providers, I guess I just want to make sure that that the community college is specifically
yeah,
noted for
I
that.
think that's a good. Yeah, I think we should add the community colleges specifically. And I know specifically Montgomery College has been working on an alternative pathway, actually not related to the CDA, but related to the pre-K teacher certification. So let me scroll up here and see. We should add that language to both, to 1.15A and 1.15B with community colleges. Thank you, Dr. Doss. It's a good flag.
Thank you.
Mr. Manco?
Well, I had surfaced this in the comments that I sent previously, but just around the waiver process and what, I think this is something I've been struggling with in terms of like what prevents, like what is the incentive for the LEAs to not seek the waiver and to, work to, build out the robust mixed delivery system, as opposed to just continuing year after year to seek a waiver, because, they're, whether they be legitimate or illegitimate reasons, not enough private providers, or, not enough, childcare certified professionals. Yeah, what gets us to the place where, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, you don't have every LEA in the state still seeking waivers year after year?
Yeah, and Emma, this is on page 11, the bottom of page 11. So I guess the waiver procedures that MSDE sets up would be part of that, in terms of what the bar is to receive a waiver. I mean, ultimately, the goal is twofold, right? To increase the availability of slots, and to specifically increase the availability of slots with private providers, so that they are part of this mixed delivery system. And we got feedback pretty much on both sides of it, so there was a lot of feedback requesting that, that, and these were all changes that would require legislation, that we not look at the mix of private and public providers, but just look at whether the number of slots was increasing, and that it didn't matter who was providing the slots. To the other side, which was to to remove the waiver, so that there wasn't an ability to so that the LEAs would be held to meeting these percentage requirements. It's a fair question. I think ultimately the answer is that as the LEAs and the providers are working to implement the blueprint, that they're working together to leverage and maximize the number of pre-K slots that are available. And if that's not happening, then the AIB would certainly be able to recommend a different approach. But right now, I think again, AIB is in a sort of a unique role where we can try to facilitate the process of bringing the public and private providers together and working to really implement the mixed delivery system that the blueprint envisions. And that includes technical assistance and all of the things that we need to do to help implement some of these more really difficult. These are not easy policies to implement. Were there any other questions or comments?
Go on then.
Okay, so pillar 2. Apologies to everyone who might be getting dizzy watching the scrolling on the screen. So page, there you go. We got to it at the same time. So
Hey, Rachel, is there a way just for, for the public who are just seeing, these documents, haven't had the amount of time that we've had to kind of delve into this, that like some of the major changes within each of these. I know that some of that got surfaced, or a lot of that got surfaced in the PowerPoints, but like, you know, if you could go through and say, you know, we'll highlight on page 10 that this was a modification that was made based on this feedback. You know, I think some of the more technical things, not as important, but like some of the big, I think things that would be of, you know, I guess major concern or interest to the public, if we can highlight those for each of the pillars. But
I think,
time,
Joe, I think that's trying to highlight those that are significant, or the ones that we got a lot of questions about or issues on. Because they're the smaller ones, unless there's some real problem. That's what I indicated earlier, that we're not going to go back. And then if the public has a problem, then they can contact us and say we missed X, and look at that in the week to follow.
I could definitely, in pillar 2, a lot of the feedback was really focused on increasing professional development, outreach, increasing diversity of teachers, and monitoring. I'm just kind of looking. A lot of it was around communication in pillar 2 on recruitment, and then professional development training, embedding you know, the culturally responsive training in professional development, as well as this is where the racial equity framework and cultural competency are incorporated into the plan here in pillar 2 and in pillar 3. Those are the highlights. There were, I mean, we got a lot of feedback for pillar 2, and there are quite a number of additions that really, I think the theme is inclusivity, transparency, diversity. Those are like the big themes, I would say.
And Rachel, how did we, or is there an example that we can show on the screen of how we incorporated the anything that has to deal with the racial diversity of teachers, whether it's in professional development or hiring or?
Yeah, let's see. So I think I'm not showing trying to get to the same page. What page is that, Emma?
It's 35, page
Oh,
35.
thank you. Okay.
Is it 30 or 35?
35.
35. 35.
Let's see. So there were a number of, so page 35, and it starts actually on 34, is this is the teacher recruitment objective. And so starting at the bottom of 34, there is language that was added around making sure actually, sorry. There was already quite a bit of language around teacher diversity. So I'm looking at parts that aren't underlined, but for the parts that are underlined, you can see the expanded analysis of the LEA recruitment practices and retention practices for teachers and educators of color. Monitoring the diversity of the diversity steering committee, which is overseeing the MSDE's teacher recruitment campaign. embedding equity and cultural responsiveness into trainings, professional development in all aspects of the work.
Rachel,
Mhm.
Yes.
on that,
Yes.
on the latter point about the incorporating restorative practices, et cetera, in teacher professional development, do we, I sometimes get confused between the commission and the blueprint and the implementation plan. Do we actually, is it stated here that professional development programs must incorporate sections, material on restorative practices?
So I'm just on page 50 is a specific addition, and this concerns pre-service teacher training
Right,
around restorative practices.
that is included.
Mhm.
Good,
So you
okay,
can see that language there.
thank you.
And then it's incorporated in a number of places. Also on page 61.
Good, okay. This is
There's
all necessary.
Mhm. This language is around best practice for implementing the non-instructional time for teachers
Uh-huh.
and making sure that building effective structures and teams to implement a positive school climate and restorative practices as part of the professional learning communities used during to support non-instructional time. And then I believe, and it also in Pillar 4, there are a number of references to training in restorative practices in community schools, and both for the staff and for the students and families.
Great, thank you.
But I think what we might need to do is add, actually, I'm not seeing it, is add that to the restorative practices language to the professional development for existing teachers.
Mhm.
I think we need to, I'm not seeing it. I might be missing it at the moment, but we'll make sure it's there.
Good.
When we get back to the question of enhancing diversity of teachers, I'm more concerned about what is the outcome there. I'm a strong believer if there's a will, there's a way to get things to work and get the outcomes that you want. For example, let's assume that a school district does all of these things that are in the plan, but they've got very minimum results. And another local board does little of those things, but they get positive results. Look at the numbers at the end of the year, a certain period of time. They've ensured that they've got a greater diverse set of teachers in the system. But we are emphasizing these prescriptive measures as though if you do these things, you've achieved the goals that we want you to achieve. The goal is ultimately to have a more diverse set of teachers. And so I don't want us to fall into the trap of simply saying, well, we've outlined things for you to do. And if you do these things, then you're okay. It is, at the end of the day, the numbers and the results that matter. And so we need to be more concerned about what the results provide, as opposed to our prescribing to them exactly how you get those results, because I have no assurances that prescription of the things that we're talking about in and of itself gets you the results.
And some of that goes back to the what versus the how, and sort of where the overlap is. But
Well, that's what if there's a will to do it, I think that is the greater source of the effort than the prescriptive things that we've talked about. And if they find ways in which to do it, then fine. But I don't want us to assume that if you did these things, then you've achieved this objective here in this sector. Because you
Dr.
may not.
Doss, can I jump in before, I know you have your hand up, but
Yeah,
I want to respond to this. I think I'm very concerned about the statement you just made, because there's an assumption that the work of the commission identified those best practices that will result in these outcomes. So right now we're telling all the LEAs and institutions to do those things, and they're going to do those things because they're required to. But if they don't result in what the outcome is supposed to be, we can't hold them to blame for that. You know, a perfect example is if we have all the institutions of higher education do a year-long internship for teacher prep, that has been shown to actually decrease the number of diverse teachers who will have access to those programs. So, you know, I feel like we're holding their feet to the fire, requiring them to do some things. And there's no guarantee that it's going to be the outcome that we want. And if it's not the outcome that we want, we can't blame them necessarily for that. So I feel like that's a tension. I think we need to listen to them carefully when they find out that things that are implemented are not working, and work with them to fix those. But I don't think we can hold them accountable to do that and get the numbers that we want.
Well, I mean,
And it goes back to the logic model that I talked about last time we met.
That's what I was saying. I gave the example earlier that you could have someone, a system, that did all of those things and got very little positive results. And someone else who probably did not, but found a way to get positive results. And I'm more interested in finding a way to get the results rather than to say that if you did these things, you've achieved the objective that we just tried. I guess you and I are saying the same thing, I assume here. That's my concern, that you could do all of these things and not get the positive results that you've talked about. And we will give them the check to say, okay, you met our standard for this particular area, when the numbers don't reflect that. And whereas someone else who didn't reflect all of those things that we prescribed, but they found a way to get the numbers in a more positive direction. At the end of the day, which has achieved the objective? I would say the one that got the actual results. But our standards would say that if you check this box or the boxes that we have here, then you've achieved what we've described as the methodology to get there, and you're okay. That's a very difficult question to answer, I think. But we need to think about that, because not only in this area, but in some other areas, we may be faced with that very real question, that they followed precisely what we said. But it does not necessarily mean in all of those cases, even if you did so, you get the results that you want.
But wouldn't that fall into a broader category, that as we go through and hold people accountable and get results and things aren't working, then we're going to have to modify what it is we're doing by going back and changing the legislation. When things aren't working, it's our responsibility as the AIB to make recommendations to the legislature to change the blueprint. So like in your case, I think what we would do is we would find out what had been working and go back to make the changes to incorporate the successful practices.
Yeah, I guess so. That's ultimately what we would have to try to do, to reevaluate what we're doing.
Right.
I just not want us to fall, and this is the one in the teacher diversity and others, is one that is probably more visible and direct as opposed to some of the others. We get into some of the curriculum matters, there's so many nuances there that it's a little bit more difficult to figure out precisely where our measure of success is in a relatively short period of time. This one is much clearer. It's clear numbers. You can tell whether you have a diverse system or not. You could tell whether you have effective teachers or not. And it doesn't take you long to figure that out. That's the point that I'm making here, because you know whether or not you have those minority teachers, you know whether or not you have quality teachers fairly quickly. And so that's why I pinpointed this area. But you're right, we may have to go back and revise that.
Dr. Doss has had her hand up.
I feel like that point, as Brett said, applies to the whole blueprint.
Right,
And
exactly.
we have to do, and practices.
There's a larger thing. When things aren't working, we've got to go back and be the body that will make recommendations to the legislature to change. Yeah.
And bringing up the racial and the geographic distribution of teachers, and then later in Pillar 3 is a concern of mine about guidance counselors, and just think that it's important to make sure that the language is somewhat emphasized in here, because we got a lot of feedback on that. And so going through and just kind of teasing it out and making sure that the language is clear and folks know exactly what we're going for, because we think, because we know, and we've been working with this, and Rachel and Britt and so forth have been living with it, and we know that the whole blueprint is about equity. But to make sure that others know it and to make sure that everybody know it is a different thing. Because I noticed that with the feedback, and some of the feedback was, well, that's the whole plan. We know that, but to make sure that that language specifies it is important.
Mr. Manco also has his hand up.
Yeah, I would just second the point that both Britt and Mara made, that the legislation gives us the ability to go through and make recommendations for adjustments moving forward. But I would say also from the base, and none of us besides Britt and Rachel were on the commission, but I think some of this we're relying on the people who preceded us to have gone through and really vetted these strategies and looked for research-based interventions and things that had been shown to be successful, and really relying on their wisdom and their understanding of if these could be implemented within a Maryland context. And I think these are not strategies that were just kind of thrown against the wall. They are things that have been research-based and thought through. So I think relying on the wisdom of those who preceded us, and trusting that they wanted to ensure interventions that were helpful and supportive for kids.
I think, Joe, that is right for a large part of this, because it has been studied quite obviously. And you notice I did not say that as related to all the other things that we've gone through today, because I think there is some empirical data out there that can back up a lot of this. This is not one of them. And that's why I selected this one to make that point, that I've seen a lot of strategies, a lot of efforts that have not been successful. And I know that when you have the will, the way, and people are fully committed to it, hard-minded, that they find a way to make it work. And the second thing on this one, as opposed to some of the others, you will have an instant poll in reaction to this far quicker than you have anything else, because you can see it, you feel it, you know it, you got numerical data to demonstrate that. And that's why I made this point on this one, as opposed to some of the other intervention measures that we talked about, because it would take a long period of time to determine at what point we assess and make, meaningful changes, unless there's something that's really very obvious. This one is not like that. And you don't show results on this fairly quickly, you got a problem. And that's why I'm making this point for this one. And I relate to all the other things.
And if I could just add, I think we also need to sort of keep the bigger picture, that it's not one task or subtask in the plan that is going to lead to a diverse teacher workforce. It's all of them together, working together. And so, a big piece of having a more diverse workforce is elevating the profession of teaching so that more students want to go into the profession, including and especially students of color, increasing the salary so that it's a more attractive profession, providing the career ladder so that there are more and earlier opportunities for professional growth and salary growth and improved working conditions, all these things that are intended.
I put all the things described in there, Rachel. We got all of the typical things that people are asked for. That's clear. I'm not objecting to those. My point is, you could do all of those things and not have positive results. And we are measuring the success of the people who did those things if they did all of that. But that doesn't mean you have positive results. And you're going to know that pretty quickly. And that's not some of the other areas. I know all of the things that we just described. It is like, for example, as a leader, I go out and pass a measure that deals with taxes and economic growth and development. And I can argue for the next 10 years whether or not that's successful or not with all the measures you put in place. But if it snows tomorrow, there's an instant poll from the people who are affected by it, because they see it when it fell, they know how long it was on the ground, and they know how they were impacted by it. That's different. This is different. This is like the snowfall. It is something that you can measure, you can see instantly. And it has an emotional and a very strong attachment of people who look at this. I could argue forever whether or not I passed a tax measure or budget for the next 10 years, whether it's good or not. We could have the same discussion with so many of these other things. This is an instant poll, the instant the snow fell. Not the most important thing, but if people see it, they feel it, and they react viscerally to that. And that's why I'm giving this comment about this particular area, because you're going to see this and notice this far sooner than everything else, despite all the measures we've talked about. So we have to be very careful about this, how we relate to our local boards, the state board, and whether or not we fall into this trap of, okay, you did all these things we asked you to do, but you got no positive results. Well, I don't need to hold up more on this. Just that warning and reaction to it, because this will have the biggest reaction. I've had as much contact about this from people around the community and anything else, and I know that they're going to see this sooner than later, as opposed to some of the other things. So we have to be very careful about it. And they're not going to care what measures you put in place. They're not going to care that we had all these interventions, all of these preparations. They don't even know anything about that. They don't care about that. What they're going to care about at the end of the day is that my child have a realistic chance of going to the elementary school, and they had a highly diverse set of students and teachers in their program. And last year, or 2 years ago, you only had 2 in school, and today you still only have 2. See that? It doesn't take them long to see that. So where were we on? I don't want to hold up too much longer.
That's all right. So, so in pillar 2, are there any suggestions or proposals for changes that haven't already been raised? Right now I've got note around adding, making sure we've got the restorative practices and cultural competency language around and racial equity, although I know those are in there, for professional development for existing teachers. And Dr. Doss will make sure the language around racial and geographic diversity it's definitely in there for counselors in pillar 3. We'll show you that, but we'll make sure that we can point to it in pillar 2 as well. Dr. Stapleton has her hand up.
Yep, I just have something, it's minor, but on page 31 under the milestones and page 40 under task 2.1.5A. This is about monitoring the quality and diversity of teacher candidates and teacher workforce. The language in our plan specifies that this is a requirement of MLDS. But many of the things that are asked for in there regarding progress reports about measures taken to do some things are not things that MLDS has. So the legislation refers to MLDS in consultation with MSDE and MHEC. So I think we do need to list MSD and MHEC there in the plan because MLDS does not have the capacity to do that on their own.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. We will definitely correct that. And while the law says consultation, collaboration is a slightly stronger word. So we could, and I think to your point, MLDS really only can accomplish any of its work in collaboration with the agencies that have the data and information that they need. So I would suggest we say in collaboration with MSDE and MHEC.
Yep, I agree with that. They just don't have the narrative qualitative information that's needed for those reports.
Okay.
Rachel, could we go to the career ladder for a moment?
Sure. Let me find the page. $64.
Yeah.
There we go.
So, and I'm not suggesting a change. I have a question. It seems to me that what would have been valuable to have would be valuable to have is a set of guiding principles for advancement on the career ladder. And now that sort of came up in the discussion earlier, where there was a suggestion that MSDE and AIB might possibly want to think about a model career ladder advancement plan. The question came up of whether that fits in with the collective bargaining agreement, and we'll have to sort all that out. But my question is, presumably the LEAs are going to begin working on their career ladders, if they haven't already, with the collective bargaining units. And so what is a timing in which we could at least consider the possibility of some sort of model to put out there, or adding some overarching principles that the career ladder would need to, career ladders to be approved would need to respond to? You know, my concern is that we'll have 24 different career ladders that will have no relation to one another. And I don't think that would be a good thing. So
Right. So there is quite a bit of specific guidance and guiding principles in the law for the
Yeah.
career ladders. Emma, if you could just scroll back up to 66 and you go above there, a little higher up. So, there are very specific requirements that that the career ladder adequately compensate teachers, support and encourage teachers to work in teams, to systematically improve schools and curricula, provide teachers with the opportunity to work with students during the school day individually, so that non-instructional collaborative time, the job embedded professional development, and then below that are the guiding principles for the development of a career ladder.
Move that up a little bit so we can see it.
Down, Emma, there you go.
And I'm sorry, yeah.
That's okay. There you go. So the guiding principles for development are, the whole goal is, or one of the main goals is to provide more opportunities for teachers to stay in the classroom rather than moving to the administrator track. Although obviously we still need really well qualified school administrators, a salary that attracts new teachers to the profession, which of course is the 60,000 minimum salary requirement.
But these don't speak to what it takes to advance along the career ladder.
And then advancing on the career ladder is in the next section. There, that's where Emma was too. There, yeah.
Do that, but let's see. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, so there is a lot of guidance in the law already and in the plan. But I think what it's translating that into what the actual career ladder would look like, that I think maybe would be helpful, as well as, we've gotten some really great advice from Dr. Linda Darling Hammond and others around, successful career ladders. So I think that's where it's like pulling it all together in a way that is not just sort of words on the page might be helpful. And going back to this idea of developing some sort of a career ladder model. I think we have a fairly short runway for doing that, but I would say in the next 3 to 6 months for sure, we would need to provide them, be really focused on a model pretty soon so that we could get something out as soon as possible. Spring, I think. I think they would say yesterday, but that's not possible. So
Laura mentioned there were some collaborative grants,
mhm.
and were they focused on the career ladder, Laura? So when will we get the information from those efforts? Are they reporting soon, or?
There, I believe in the implementation plan, Rachel, MSDE is required to provide information maybe in 2024, but those projects already have information. They're dying to share. But I don't know what the conduit is.
Yeah.
Right. The report is due December 2024 from MSDE, but they're getting regular progress reports from the grantees. So I think it's not written into the plan, but we could add to it. We could literally say, MSDE we could ask for an interim report. We could ask for progress reports on the grantees. We could say that AIB and MSD will convene, a session for the teacher collaborative grantees to share what they've learned. We can put those things in the plan if you'd like.
I personally would like it, but I don't know whether this, I'm going to rely on Laura to tell me if she thinks that would be helpful.
Well, I think it would be helpful for us and anyone else to learn about potential models, to hear about it. I don't know if the plan is the right mechanism to make that happen, or if that should just be something that we draw together. I know Pamela Callahan at this Maryland Assessment Group conference I went to presented on their findings and models thus far.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was, I don't think they did any taping or videoing of the presentations.
Well,
I could definitely say that and I'm assuming that developing the career ladder is a big point of and where technical assistance is requested by the LEAs. The MSD and AIB are definitely planning to hold some technical assistance sessions in January and February that are more focused on like these implementation challenges and where models and best practices would be helpful. And so that's what we're planning to do. So I would think that we could just we're hearing this feedback that sharing
right.
best practices from the teacher collaborative grantees up to this point would be an incredibly helpful part of that TA, as well as we'll talk with MSDE about trying to develop a model.
But I think that's good. The reason I'm so into this issue is I was so taken by what Linda Darling Hammond said when she said that some of these career ladders are successful and some are not, and there are elements of those that there are elements that make them successful. And I think I just worry that if that information isn't brought forth, we could end up with less than effective career ladder. So maybe this just becomes an agenda item, Rachel, for a future AIB meeting or a conversation that you might have with MSDE, and you could report back to us. But I do think it's something we need to be focused on.
Noted.
I don't have any suggested add-on or anything.
Okay. Yeah.
But I am concerned about this. So we can move on from career ladder. If
Anything else in Pillar 2 that anyone wants to raise? So I think we can move on to Pillar 3. And I think overall, the feedback on Pillar 3, a lot of it was actually highlighted in the slide deck, related to the post CCR pathways and non-CCR students being able to continue to access those. the, you know, needing more guidance on what the pathways should look like or are required to include. The initial CCR standard, Emma has on the screen there, a lot of language around needing to do more outreach, both at the LEA level and the state level around, you know, what the meaning and the importance of becoming college and career ready for not just the students, but also their families. Also the issue that we talked about around that even things that are not part of the CCR standard, you can see this language right here. And this is straight out of the law that that the blueprint is not intended to alter the need for high quality programs and content in fine arts, civics, physical education, and other areas that are necessary to provide a holistic education and enable every student to be well-rounded and to meet the CCR standard. And then below that is the language that specifically identifies the funding that is available to support those programs through the blueprint. I see some hands up, so we will just sort of move on to specific questions or comments. Dr. Doss?
Thank you. I have a list of comments.
Okay.
The first deals with that, the point about parental and family engagement and increasing that. And we have the 9th grade student progress.
Yes, monitoring system.
That's, I do like that change.
Mhm.
For those of you who have missed it, it was the 9th grade tracker. Now we're referring to it as the 9th grade progress monitor. Do the LEAs already disclose what that's all about to the parents and the students? Or is it something that we really need to put in there that talks about disclosing what that's all about? And I shouldn't say disclosing, I should just say sharing what that's all about. In addition to the point where you were just talking about communicating constantly about the importance of the CCR standard and all.
So this is the first year that the LEAs are reporting on this data. So this is a new system. So I honestly could not tell you whether LEAs are, because we're right in the process, we're actually waiting. MSDE will be submitting a report on all of the LEA 9th grade tracker, sorry, 9th grade student progress monitoring, I think December 1st, it's soon. And so that might shed light on whether the LEAs are notifying students or not, but based on the feedback that we received, they're not. And so you can see that we added, based on the feedback, we added to the plan that students and parents should be notified if they are not progressing to graduate on time. And that they should then also provide, work with the students and the families to provide develop a plan so that the student can get back on track to graduating on time. And one thing that this 9th grade student progress monitoring system is really primarily tied to high school graduation. So it's about accumulated credits and passing score rather than about becoming college and career ready.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the language we added based on the feedback.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mhm. And then we have some, let's see where it is, because I'm gonna kind of just float around here. About a statutory definition for an early college or an early middle college, and I don't know if that falls in our purview, so to speak, but there was a suggestion that we come up with a state statutory, that makes sense, definition for early college.
Where are you?
And
That- That would be like around page 96.
okay,
So yeah, we did get that feedback, and I mean, we could certainly, ask MSDE to develop a definition or work with the LEAs to develop a definition. I'm what is currently in the statute in the plan, it does sort of, for early college, it's a combination of, either the IB, Cambridge diploma, or AP diploma program, or a dual, a combination of dual enrollment credits is what's sort of within the blueprint considered early college. And I know sometimes they're called early college programs, sometimes they're called middle college programs. But, for the most part, they kind of fall in those parameters. And so I think one of the things that we definitely did see the guidance questions about, and it's we added it at the top of the next page. We're seeking guidance around particularly the dual enrollment option, and what sort of like the minimum requirements for what LEAs would need to offer students to sort of be meeting that they were providing that pathway to students. So we did add that on the top of page 97, there at the top. So I'm not sure if that speaks to what that feedback was looking for. It was a little hard to be real clear about what they were looking for.
right. And for the definition for the early college, because we are going to be creating additional early college programs based on what we're doing here. And the LEAs are going to need that guidance on exactly what they are trying to design when they put forth an early college that would meet the state's requirements of an early college. Because right now, it's all over the place. It's early college, it's middle college, it's earning an associate's degree at the same time as a high school, or just accumulating college credits while you're in high school, or is that dual enrollment as opposed to an early college? Does it start in 9th grade? Does it start in 10th? I mean, it's all over the place. And so having a standardized definition, and again, I think that this falls under MSDE's purview, of course, with our guidance and oversight. But I think that would be very helpful, because we're going to be asking LEAs to actually design and create and establish additional pathways.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe it would be more clear if we just referred to post CCR pathways here, but I think we could specifically refer to early college pathways, because later on we ask the CTE committee to provide guidance on the same thing for the CTE pathways. So maybe it would be more clear if we said here to provide minimum guide requirements for early college pathways. Okay.
Because and it was also stated in the feedback, and we know that we have some early college pathways that do begin in the 9th grade.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need something to guide folks.
Did you have anything else?
Yeah. When we talk about the implementation of the updated CCR standard, two things. And we just want to make sure, and again, just this could just be a comment of mine. I don't know if it needs to be in here, but that we are all working together to broaden those folks who are engaged with that before we actually implement it. That there is discussion with MHEC, of course, MAC or the community colleges, of course. I don't know if that was specifically added in there.
As part of the study?
Yeah, that we make
believe-
sure
I think that we did add that.
that it's added, or that, you know, once we come up, that it's discussed before we just implement that. There it is. Okay.
Anything else on that?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm still going. And then where is it? We're into tracking. Oh, and about CTE. About the CTE programs, that they are, and I don't know how we do this. And I'm thinking about CTE opportunities because it was kind of confusing. I think folks were confused about, are students able to choose multiple pathways, or the LEAs, do they have to offer all of the pathways or just one of the pathways? And is my school district going to have these wonderful CTE opportunities while the other school district only offers these opportunities that are low wage earning and so forth? Do we have any language in there that addresses? And I think we do. Yeah, there we go. Students may enroll in one or more post-CCR pathway.
But that doesn't answer the other part of the question, though.
Then the other, yeah, and then I think she's scrolling.
We do have something, we definitely added something about opportunities for CTE that they're yeah,
Yep.
evaluate the quality and distribution of CTE programming to ensure that students across the state, regardless of their county, can equally access CTE programming with high earning potential.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was hitting.
Is that okay? And you can also see the other, another issue you brought up earlier about racial diversity and distribution of counselors.
And the guidance counselors.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I had a question. I think we've skipped over it on page 77. I'm not sure I'm looking at it right.
77.
We passed it, I think.
Page 77, the first page there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Establishing an international benchmark curriculum that enables most students. Is that correct? Most students?
By the end of 10th grade.
I'll look at the word most.
Most students by the end of 10th grade. All students by the end of 12th grade. The most is only referring to by the end of grade 10.
It's a little bit confusing, isn't it?
We can take most out. I mean, I don't think it's, I mean, I don't think it.
Well, you know, I don't think we can say, I think most was the intention of certainly the commission and the legislation, because remember that by 10th grade, right now only 30%, I think, or not even that high, is it, Rachel, meet CER standards by the time they graduate.
Right.
And so we're going to have a higher standard, and to say all, to go beyond most by the 10th grade, that would be, I just don't know. I don't think that would be a realistic goal, but to say.
I understand, Brad. I'm just trying to avoid any confusion about it. I know what you're saying, and maybe it's the way it is worded. Why do we have to say most? Why did you say students to achieve college and career standards? And what that number may be depends on where we are at the end of the 10th grade.
I think in this case that we're not changing the meaning by taking the word most out, because it's we're talking about establishing a curriculum that enables students to achieve the status by the end of grade 10. We're not saying here what proportion will achieve it, but we're not setting a goal. It's just that we want to establish a curriculum that enables students to achieve the status by the end of grade 10.
Well, I'll take the word most out of that then.
I agree with that. It doesn't, we're not saying most will. It just have a curriculum that would enable students to do that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Dr. Lynch has her hand up.
Yeah, I have back at the top, when it says the CCR will be determined by PARCC scores. Is that written into the law that way, or is that something that we have determined? What that identifier is?
So the law specifically says that for the interim standard, that is right there on the screen there, that is specifically in the statute.
Okay. And then what is our time frame for identifying an alternate method of identifying like where students are and their on ramps and off ramps? Do we have a time frame for which that has to be determined?
So if I'm understanding you, the CCR study will be completed essentially next fall in September of 2023, and that will provide us with the hopefully recommendations that to update the CCR standard and what that standard should be, and also how students should be assessed as to whether they meet the standard or not. And then the timing would be that following that September 23 report, then the state board would be taking those recommendations and determining what assessments to determining the updated CCR standard. So they would adopt that, the state board would adopt whatever the updated CCR standard would be, and also what whether, if not the current assessment, if that's not the appropriate assessment to use, then what the assessment should be. And that's on page 85.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have a plan moving forward, that students have multiple ways to be assessed in making that determination, and that they also have multiple ways, if they are not identified additionally as being CCR, that they have multiple opportunities, not just once a year. You know, if in 10th grade, this is where they're assessed, you know, they should have multiple opportunities to be reassessed and reconsidered, to be moving, you know, fluidly, so that we aren't holding students back. My other question is that if we are using these scores in the interim, right now in Maryland, only 30 to 40% of our students are meeting this standard. And so I think that one of the things that we have to be considering is, what are we asking what are we asking the schools to do in creating sort of alternate pathways that are not really alternate pathways at all? They are the pathway. When 70% of your students are on the pathway, it's not an alternate pathway. And we've talked about student plans and everything. And so I think one of the things that we have to be considering is in this interim, as we are improving results, just sort of what does, you know, I think what we are hoping is that we end up getting to a point where somebody who's not CCR is in the small percentage, but right now it's in the major percentage. And so, you know, the idea of creating sort of these individualized pathways and response plans for 70% of students, I think just seems cumbersome. So I just want us to kind of be mindful of that and thinking about how we are really focusing on effective first instruction for students. If we have 70% of students who are not, you know, instead of intervention-y kinds of responses, we should really be focusing on that professional development and that what does that effective first instruction look like? And so I want to throw that out for us in terms of as we're thinking about the monitoring. And then my other question is just sort of around the CTE pathways with the high earning potential. And the reason that I just want to just pause on that for a moment is because I think that there are a lot of opportunities for students to be engaging in entry-level workforce opportunities that will bring them through an apprenticeship model really critical life skills, whether or not it is project management or customer service or budget management or money management or whatever it is. And so I'm wondering if, while ultimately we want all of our students to end up in high wage jobs, most of us can remember starting in retail or starting in you know, a restaurant, and the skills that we learned from that were incredibly valuable. So I'm also sort of wondering if there isn't a way to be thinking about industry credentialing also in terms of skill development, in terms of sort of portfolio management. What is a portfolio of skills that you would eventually need to become whatever it is that high paying job is? But then what are the apprenticeship opportunities in these other entry level positions that that we could be, you know, sort of helping students gain those opportunities? Because one of my concerns is that we're creating sort of gaps with our CTE programs where what does an industry level credential look like for a 17-year-old? And how many quote unquote industry credentials are available for 17-year-olds? And then what is that gap between earning that industry credential, but then really being ready to enter that quote unquote high wage job without those levels of entry level experience? And so I just sort of offer that as something that we should also be sort of considering in conversations with MSDE and the CTE committee is how can we be thinking more broadly about what credentialing actually means in that CTE programming?
Yeah, you're really talking about sort of pathways that will lead to high earning potential, not necessarily in credentials that have high earning potential.
Correct.
Or
And
that
I also
immediately-
think,
immediately.
but I also want to just highlight that a lot of our most important jobs, and I'll take childcare as an example, are not high wage jobs, and yet they are the most critical for all other functions. For everybody else to go to work today, they will need to have childcare. And so, you know, we also, I'm just a little bit concerned that we need to be addressing things from two different approaches. One is how are we making sure that all of our Marylanders are making a living wage, but also how are we making sure that we are putting children into a pathway that is of interest to them, that is something that they want to do, and that is a meaningful contribution, you know, to the functioning of our society. And so certainly, while childcare would not be a high paying job, it is one of the most important jobs. And I wouldn't want students to not be able to have that pathway because of that limitation.
Mr. Manco?
I think Dr. Stapleton was before me, so.
What was it?
Okay. Can you just remind us, Rachel, on what the legislation says around the college and career ready standard? And is this has to be a single examination? This can be there has to be a standardized component, but that can be one of a couple components. What does it say in the legislation, and then how? I guess, is this something we're gonna respond to what the outcomes of this study is, but I wonder what happens if the study comes back and says the recommendation is for some type of multiple measures or something that is not standardized in nature.
So what the statute refers to is an assessment. And so I think the question really revolves around, what does that mean? Is that a standardized assessment or test, or does that have a broader meaning? And I think that's something that we will want to, and I've already sort of raised it as something to seek legal advice on, because ultimately that's what there will be a determination about whether, let's say, multiple measures is the recommendation. There will need to be a determination about whether, under the current law, multiple measures are allowed. And if they are under the word assessment, then it could move forward without a legislative change. If they aren't, then it would require a legislative change.
So, and what was was this discussed within the commission, and what was the understanding of the members of the commission?
I would say, in the context of the commission, it did revolve around, not necessarily it did revolve around a standardized assessment. I mean, that was the conversation point, because the starting point was the CCR standard in statute prior to the blueprint was tied to college placement exams, which also included the new park scores. So, we've had three different as you all know, we've had three different assessments in the last decade. So the conversation at that time did revolve around a standardized assessment and sort of meeting a cut score. But it was also in the context of the multiple measures that have been in place for almost a decade now, around dual enrollment in Maryland, through a memorandum of understanding between the community colleges and the school systems. There's a whole list of metrics that students can meet in order to be eligible to take dual enrollment courses at community colleges that are not, it's not just a single assessment. So I think we would need to get legal advice. It doesn't, if the recommendation is agreed upon and that's the direction AIB and MSD want to go, then if it required a legislative change, that's what could be recommended.
Where are we now?
Dr. Stapleton.
Right, so I had, and I've talked with Rachel about this offline. I had the same similar concern, Joe. In my reading of the legislation, I think it's, as an assessment professional, I consider a course grade to be an assessment of a student's skill and knowledge base. So I am taking a pretty broad interpretation of that. And I think that it would be great to give, for now, give leeway to the CCR study that's being conducted. Wait until we see the results. It's totally possible, given the methods that they are using, for the quantitative aspect of this validity study, they could be identifying multiple measures. Like if you have at least a B in algebra by 9th grade, or a score of this on this standardized assessment, then there's evidence that you have a very high probability of doing well in college courses or in career. So I think we should wait on that, which means I am recommending that we remove task 4, 3.1.4 from this plan that refers to cut scores. I think cut scores connote a standardized test. And I would like to remove that language from the plan. But can you go up a little bit so you can see the title?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Emma. And I think all of this could wait. But Rachel did mention that last point, 3.1.4C, is about, well, what if, and it was in reaction to a comment that somebody had made, a concern somebody expressed. Well, what if somebody is almost there? It's like, can we have an indicator that it's like within reach? Your CCR readiness is in reach, and I think that that's going to depend on what the measures turn out to be, whether they're, we can define, or MSDE can define what those levels are. But I think we just have to sit and wait until we hear the end, or hear the results from the study.
I guess the little bit of pushback is, you could also read this broadly too, and a cut score could be a grade of C or higher, right? I mean, I think, if you take your definition of assessment of, being, having a wide berth, a cut score just means there's some demarcation upon which, you have shown proficiency or you have not shown proficiency, whether it be on an assessment or on a set of skills or on a grade.
Yeah, yes, but there may be multiple levels. Like it could be the same assessment, like a grade in algebra, but it might differ depending on when you took it, 8th grade or 9th grade. And I don't think we need this right now. Is my thought.
So task 4, the in green there, is specifically says state board adopts cut scores on assessments needed to meet the updated CCR standard in fiscal 24. So I wonder if we just could change that to say state board adopts assessments. Just strike cut scores.
That sounds reasonable, assuming it doesn't violate is that legal? Was that language in the blueprint?
The cut scores was not in the blueprint.
And that seems very reasonable to me. To eliminate the word cut scores.
Mm-hmm.
And then down in 3.1.4C, again, if we eliminate cut scores, we could just say, well, it might take a little more wordsmithing here, but I suppose we could just even say, instead of saying shall adopt cut scores, we could say MSD shall consider how to identify students who are within an appropriate range of meeting CCR or something like that.
I'm not sure what that means.
Fair enough. What I'm trying to say is, like, in considering what assessments the MSD is going to adopt, they would also consider whether there would be an appropriate range that would be considered meeting the CCR standard, rather than just a specific. So there's not a cliff.
I would want it to be some precise measures. It doesn't have to be one precise measure, but I would want it to be a precise measure. Ranges or nearer, all that kind of stuff, to me is a little bit nebulous. And I agree with the statement earlier, there may be some other approaches to it, but at least there's something definitive about it, and you may consider other arrangements, but let's not go too far there. But we don't have to decide that yet because we're still waiting on some additional information on this, right?
Yeah, we're waiting for the study results. Exactly.
Let's place it back at that point in time, and then we can assess that.
So, but what does that do for 3.14C, Rachel? Because we're about to approve a plan.
I still think we should remove, if we're going to be consistent, and we remove cut scores from task 4, that we remove it under 3.14C.
I agree.
I thought you just said assessment. What did you? I thought you offered something in suggestion to that. Did you, Rachel?
I did. I think the question is, do we want to still keep some sort of language around setting an appropriate range?
I don't know. I'm like, I don't understand what a range would mean, because if you're in the range, you'd have to meet a minimum. So a range has no meaning to me in this context, unless somebody can explain it to me.
Well, I mean, I guess, Rachel, I think this is one of the things that I've been continually concerned about, is that I think that there needs to be sort of a portfolio in some way, looking at multiple measures, in order to make that determination. I agree that, if a student cannot rate on a second grade level in the 10th grade, like that's sort of a baseline, but they could also score that way. And actually that not be the true level of assessment and, of performance. And so I think that we want to be comprehensive and understand, I mean, this is really, we're setting pathways for children that have longstanding implications on their opportunity. And so I think that we have to, I think that if we can just take out cut scores and just say shall adopt like assessment metrics or like something a little bit more broad at this point, until we receive those, until we receive that report. To me, cut scores sounds like if you didn't get a B, you don't make it. Or if you didn't get this, you didn't make it. And I just don't think that that is an appropriate or fair, complete evaluation of a student's abilities.
I think that, Rachel, that we can assess that once we get the further information, and not just limit ourselves to one matrix at this point in time. That's what it sounds like, listening to the board members.
I think we all agree we want to take cut scores out.
Yeah.
Cut
Just
scores is
remove-
out. And so it's really just a question of, and the real issue that I'm thinking back to the working session was, what if you have a student who meets whatever the metric is, or the multiple metrics are in English, but not in math? Would that, what opportunities would that student have opportunities to pursue, a CCR pathway, post CCR pathway, even though they would still need to work to become CCR in math? That was the main concern that was raised.
Yeah, and because we have that now, and we have students who don't make the math right now, but they make the reading, and then they pursue those areas and those courses that are allowing that reading, but not necessarily math, until they catch up.
Well, we have situations where students don't have computer technical difficulties and their scores are terrible. They have they get sick in the middle of a test, and so their scores are terrible. So if we're talking about baseline assessments, you could have a really high performing student who on one assessment would not perform well. And I think there just needs to be that flexibility to assess from multiple perspectives.
Yeah, but what we've decided here takes in all of those considerations, so we don't have to go back and rehash that. That decision will come later once we get the information that would allow us to make a more informed decision about this. So we don't have to figure out all the things that may go right or wrong at this point in time. It could be dozens. All we need to do is make sure that we have boxed ourselves in, so that we have the flexibility later to put in appropriate language once we have the information or the results of the analysis.
So what we could do is just take, we could take 3.1.4C out. the language on the right side there that says the state board may only require a passing score on a standard, but that is in the statute. So if a standardized assessment is the one of the multiple measures, you know, there's a process that would have to be a timeline, but I think we could just take 3.1.4C out for now.
I was gonna make that suggestion
Okay.
because we don't understand what it means anyway.
Yeah.
I do have I just want to be reassured on one point that whatever, we may have multiple assessments, but whatever assessment is adopted has to have data backing up that it correlates with being able to take an entry level course in community college without remediation.
Well, you have a chance to evaluate that once we get the report.
No, but I mean, I think that's the standard, that the CCR, that's what the CCR standard is, right, Rachel?
It is. And so, you know, as you know, so first of all, I will, Superintendent Chaudhary will be at our next meeting, and we also have asked him to talk about, you know, the CCR study has been awarded to a contractor. And so we've asked him to provide an update on the study and the work plan and the timeline for the study. And essentially the study sort of has two parts. One part is looking at really looking into what students need to know and be able to do to be successful in entry level credit bearing courses at community colleges. And then another part is really looking at data and looking at correlations between certain different metrics and different I don't know whether to call them scores or whatever we want to call them, on different metrics and whether that leads to success in entry level credit bearing courses. And so
my question is, we should not have any, we can have multiple assessments, but they all have to have some empirical data showing that students meet this criteria, right?
Yes. But what I'm saying, whether or not that does or not depends on the analysis that comes with that. You make that assessment at that point in time. So the information that you provided is insufficient, or it is sufficient to make that correlation. And you won't know that until we get the information to analyze, because
we can't approve an assessment if it doesn't meet that standard.
Yeah.
And then that's one reason why I stressed in the beginning that when we get that study or we get the results and all along that MSDE and is also conferring with MHEC and the community colleges, that they are intimately involved in this whole process, so that once we get it, we'll know because they're already there and they can help us with determining that.
Good point. Very good point.
And I think all of this is covered in task 1, which is why I suggest we just remove task 4.
Yeah. Well, we have some more work to do on this, and that depends on the study and analysis goes with that. And all of those points I think we made are valid, but we need to be more informed with the study in order to make the final cut. All I'm interested in to make sure we do not box out ourselves to any of these possibilities as we go forward, and we have the possibility to make that assessment as evaluate that assessment as Bridget asked us to do. And if we've done that, I think that's probably all we can do today, because we still don't have the information before us. Are there any other questions on this point? Comments? All right, Rachel, let's move on then.
on to pillar 4. And so again, a lot of these changes were highlighted in the slide deck, particularly around the concentration of poverty grants and community schools needing additional guidance, support, training. There's a lot of language added about that. Actually, just as we've been meeting, I see that Superintendent Chaudhary just submitted the neighborhood indicators of poverty, the report due on December today, around the impact of making this change to how low-income students are counted for funding formula purposes. And he'll be here again in a couple of weeks to talk about that as well. English learners work group recommendations have been incorporated to the extent possible, either as implementation considerations or actual implementation requirements, where they were specific enough that they could be included. So there's quite a few. Emma's showing on the screen there that LEAs, MSD and LEAs will need to implement. A clarification on 123 that students that qualify, English learner students that also qualify for, that also have an IEP or need special education services, funding is provided for both the EL services and the special education services for that student. That was a question. That was a not just a question, but we got a number of feedback about that. And some other, a lot of changes down on 127 with the community school plans and what they need to include, and MSDE providing more training and support to the community schools so that they can effectively implement these community school models. So Dr. Lynch has her hand up.
Rachel, I really like the English language learner. I think that the report really helped to identify this section. And I think it provides that structure that a lot of the community has been looking for in terms of like, what do you actually need to do? And so I really do applaud that section. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity, not in our adoption now, but just as we sort of like look forward to kind of have that same level of clarity in other sections, and also sort of thinking about if we're comfortable putting it in here. When we started the meeting today, we talked about our special ed, sort of coordinating special ed services was not within the scope of that. But this really does outline developing resources and curriculum that meet the needs of English learners. If that shouldn't be mirrored for our special education students as well.
So just to be clear, I think it's not for the AIB to make those determinations, but certainly MSDE, a similar kind of process, or MSDE is could provide that information and the details. That
should we though have that in our plan, that will be provided? Like, should we basically be mirroring everything that we just did for English language learners for special education services in the plan?
Yes, and either MSDE could do that on their own, or we could ask them to do that, and then those things could be incorporated into the plan. It's just that we without that step of folks who are really involved in the field, not wanting to add things to the plan that based on just the AIB's judgment rather than the process. Is that something, would you want to add language sort of asking MSDE to develop
I think for a large part, I mean, I think these resources already exist. They're not reinventing the wheel, but I think when you look at what you were asking in terms of developing strategies and programs that, you know, that will be effective for multiple different learning styles, I think it would certainly be appropriate to mirror that for our special education students. You know, these are sort of what's been outlined here is really best practices for, you know, students with multiple learning pathways. So, you know, I think that what we've heard from our community is the need to have a more finite focus on special education. And I think this certainly would be easily replicable in that space.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the case of the English Learners Work Group, that was specifically in the blueprint legislation. But you know, the AIB would have the flexibility to add that to the comprehensive plan, either direct it or encourage it.
Okay, so on.
Anything else on Pillar 4? And I do just to close the loop on the English language work group. I do want to really thank MSDE and the superintendent and the deputy superintendent for, you know, we asked them to finish that report a month early so that their recommendations could be incorporated into the comprehensive plan, and they did that. So that is why we're able to actually have them in the plan. So then should we move on to Pillar 5?
Yeah, I'm missing something. There was a question that you raised, I think. Well, no, that's for legislative matter, so I won't go with that. I don't want to get into that. All right, that's a legislative change, so leave it up.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, fine.
Okay. So Pillar 5, we've actually, I think, through the process talked about, you know, a lot of the changes that have been made to Pillar 5 that are sort of comparable to the changes in the other pillars. I'm just trying to, you know, particularly, you know, the technical assistance discussion we had earlier around targeted TA, but also virtual convenings and, you know, creating networks to share best practices around different topics. We've added sort of for communication and transparency, we've added that the comprehensive plan will be posted on the website and will be translated into multiple languages. That one of the some of the feedback was that, you know, we did a great job facilitating the summer working sessions, but, you know, sort of not to rest on our laurels. And so we did add that we would continue to follow that process for any updates to the comprehensive plan. We added the information around the expected outcomes, outcome measures work group. I'm getting the name of it a little jumbled there. That's we've added that on 154. page 154. And then on page 156, we've added a lot of additional detail around particularly MSDE's blueprint plan submission to the AIB in March, to provide a little more detail as to what's expected there. You can also see there on the screen requiring MSD to collect and publish data on restorative practices. And also, we talked about this earlier, that we're going to provide MSDE with testimony that was received that either is related to their role in implementing the blueprint or was not related to the blueprint, that is their role. I think that I'm trying to working with the MSDE and the LEAs to make sure that we're addressing their technical assistance needs. I think that's pretty much covers the changes in Pillar 5. It's a lot on transparency and communications, and then technical assistance.
Let's go to task 5, page 159. AIB, are you there?
I'm there, yes.
AIB monitors implementation of plans and holds all entities accountable for implementation from 23 to 32, FY 23-32. Are we talking about all the plans? Because we've got a series of plans in here. And in addition to the series of plans, we got annual plans and intermittent plans. So when I was looking at this, like it was an annual plan, what are we saying precisely? Could maybe explain that to me now.
Sure. So it is, so essentially at any time, an LEA or MSDE, a state entity, will have one plan. So they were asking them for an initial plan this March. Next March, they'll update that plan and add several more years to it. And then in 2027, they will add the next 5 years of implementation. So,
hold on. That's what I thought you meant. So wouldn't it be accountable for all implementation? For all implementations or all plans of implementation there? For all?
Yeah. Yes. That is the intent. That is the meaning.
Okay. You don't think we need to clarify that a little bit more? If not, I'm okay with it if you think that's clear enough.
There's no problem with saying all, is there, Rachel?
No.
And if you, without it, it means, does it mean some plans?
Well, it has,
I think here the multiple for plans is really there's 24 LEA plans, there are however many state entity plans, so all of those plans.
Right.
I know that, but what I want to make sure is that is clear, that that's what we mean. And that's why I was wondering what the word all is.
Yeah, we can add all.
All right.
No problem. Dr. Lynch?
Yeah, so we added the reporting data on restorative practices. Is that in the is restorative practices in the blueprint?
Restorative practices is in the blueprint, yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
that seems to be the only place that we are very specifically requiring MSDE to report data. Did I miss other places? I mean, shouldn't we be sort of requiring, shouldn't that be a big part of what this number 5 is data reporting?
So restorative practices data collection and reporting was added because it really doesn't exist right now. And so it's a new data collection that needs to occur. In terms of MSDE submitting data, you know, yes, absolutely. And so we kind of have cart and horse here. Definitely within the various tasks that MSD will have to report on, we do have outcome measures identified in the plan now that are subject to refinement and, you know, change and target setting and all that. But MSD can certainly provide data that is related to the outcome measures that for the tasks that they're responsible for implementing. We're also going to be and so we also have the opportunity to be, you know, a little more specific in terms of what, and this kind of starts to move into the minimum requirements section. That is the very last section of this document. You know, in the LEA template and the criteria for success, there are really specific information that and data that LEAs will be submitting. And what we haven't had the time really to do that kind of template for each of the other entities that will be submitting plans. That includes MSDE, the CTE committee, the consortium on coordinated community supports, higher education. And so we do, I think, need to flesh out more what the expectation is beyond you need to provide a plan that tells us how you're going to implement the various objectives and tasks that you're responsible for, and provide, you know, baseline data. So the same data we would be asking from the state entities. So baseline data for 21-22, and then data from the current year and the next year relative to the various tasks. So we do have an opportunity through technical assistance to flesh out a little further what the state entities should be submitting when they submit their plans on March 15th.
Okay. And then in 511, it talks a little bit about budget. But I'm just sort of wondering if we don't need sort of more transparency language around budget reporting as well. Like, you know, it sort of talks about that there's going to be some guidelines of that breakdown of funding, but then what I'm not seeing is any sort of LEA reporting requirements of the use of their funding or budget transparency and funding. And again, I am scanning this really quickly, so it may be there, and I apologize if it is and I missed it.
No, that's okay. I thought you said 511, but
well, I wrote it down super quick, so maybe it wasn't 511.
no, I think it is. It's in 5.4 or 5.5. So I'm looking. Give me a sec.
But if you don't have to, I mean, like, but I think if it's not, I think then we would want to include not only the breakdowns sort of on this when the money goes out the door, but we would want the accounting of how it's being spent.
So in on Yeah, right there. Exactly, Emma. So, so there is a reporting requirement, on the, school level expenditures and, meeting the, minimum school funding requirements. And then they also, have to report on, there's another report on their expenditures that is due July 1. So
But that looks like that's just saying like special ed funding or whatever. I guess I'm looking for, is there a way that we are tracking and monitoring that, like if a certain percentage of community school funding is supposed to be going through directly to the schools, where is that report? Like what does
that's in
that
the
reporting-
minimum, that's in the minimum school funding report. Because that's where we're gonna see, that's where they have to show us that actually 100% of their concentration of poverty funds are going to the eligible schools, with a few caveats, but so that's all part of the school, the minimum school funding report. There is another report, I'll find it, that they have to submit every year. So there's one in January and then there's another one in July.
As long as it's there and I missed it, that there were two things that I just wanted to make sure that in this accountability section, one is just really that data reporting, and transparency for the public, and then budget reporting and transparency for the public.
Got it. Was there anything else in pillar 5? Oh, Mr. Manco.
So this is just building off the last question that that Dr. Lynch had, just yeah, and the, like, for example, the concentrated poverty funds 100% are supposed to be spent at the school level. There is some kind of language or I guess kind of ruling on the involvement of the folks at the school level, parents, community members, school leaders, on how those funds are allocated. Is that determined, or can the LEA just go through and say, we're, all these funds are being spent on the school, but we're going to be prescriptive and tell you how they're going to be spent and what they're going to be utilized for? Or is it agnostic on that?
I would say it is agnostic.
Okay. I mean, is that something that we care about at all, or we? I mean, I know some LEAs don't have, they don't have a structure to have more, kind of site-based management, or but school-based budgeting. But it does seem, odd to me that at the school level, if one of the things that the parents and the school leader is clamoring for is after-school programming, but the LEA has determined that all the concentrated poverty dollars are going to field trips. That seems to be a bit of a misalignment between what that immediate school community wants and needs versus how those funds are being spent.
On this point, I think in the commission, it was assumed, Joe, that the money being allocated to the school meant the school had control of the funds. but I agree the language isn't as prescriptive as it might have been.
It is more prescriptive around concentration and poverty grants, and that those decisions are to be made at the school level, not at the central office level, with the caveat that systems that have 40 or more schools, eligible schools, can administer 50% of the funds. So that's a provision in the law, but otherwise, 100% of the concentration and poverty funds have to be, allocated to the school and in the control of the school. But for the other, as Dr. Kerwin said, for the other funding, it's less prescriptive in the law. Although, as he also said, the intent was really, to give school principals and leaders more autonomy in determining how funds are spent at the school level.
Are you through, Joe? Joe, we finished?
Yeah. Yep,
Okay.
I'm good.
I had a question on 170. And this is, I guess I've seen it and had not really focused on it appropriately. Consideration when implementing this objective. At the fifth bullet there, it says, consider use of random sampling to assess student learning outcomes. What does that mean? We're gonna have a hit squad or something? What are you talking about here? Rachel?
This was
A strike team to come in or something? What is that?
this is, I think, this is some feedback that we received during our summer working sessions. And it really gets to what data sources are going to be used to measure student outcomes. And there are, of course, data where you collect data from every single student. And then it's also possible to use some measures that, rather than collecting data from every student, they collect a random sample of data. And if you collect, if you design the data collection properly, then it's statistically valid, and you can actually, use that to measure progress or to
also mean a broader definition that, in addition to the regularly scheduled assessments that we've talked about and delineated, that we can consider some in between that we think we may want to look at outside of that category? Could that mean the same thing?
I'm actually going to defer to Dr. Stapleton here. This is much more her.
Yeah, I think, just like as in with NAEP, the National Assessment of Education Progress, we got estimates for Maryland, but that was based on a carefully stratified sample of schools and then a selection of students within those schools. So we could do the same thing because these are really expensive to administer. But if we decide that it would be really important to measure social emotional learning, there is no state assessment in social emotional learning, right. But maybe that's something we decide is really important, especially for the community schools or something like that. But I think that that's what that consideration is that every time we collect data, we don't have to collect it from everybody.
Right.
Well, let me back them maybe somewhere else. Are we limited, therefore, to only the assessments that we've described on an annual periodic basis? Or are there any means for the board to say, you know what, we don't think that what we have is reflective or empirical enough, and we're going to have an assessment outside of that, a completely new assessment that we may feel is appropriate at some point in time, as sampling even.
I'm under the assumption that we can, and in fact, there was some discussion of collecting data from exiting teachers who are leaving the profession to better understand their thought process on leaving. I think that's something that we, as a board or as an entity, could have tremendous value added if we organize that.
Gotcha.
Not the LEAs.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Any other questions, Rachel? Hands up.
I don't see any other hands up.
Well, as I indicated at the very beginning, our task today is to consider this plan with the appropriate changes that have been made, recognizing that there are some things that we are not going to consider, that we consider to be legislative statutory changes. There are some things that are within the ballpark of the Board of Education, and that we will have some drafting changes and some editing before it is finalized in a draft in a final format. And that if there are burning questions that are necessary, we may circulate those and, if need be, get a clarification from the staff or others about that as we go forward. So the purpose today is to have a resolution accepting and adopting this draft plan with the caveats that I've just mentioned, and that we will use this plan as the first comprehensive plan of the AIB. And so the floor is open for discussion and also open for presentation of a resolution.
Well, I so move.
So move what?
What you just said. That we adopt this plan subject to editorial changes that have been put forth today, and that this be adopted as the initial AIB implementation plan, comprehensive.
Was that a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. It has been moved and properly second that we adopt the plan as indicated with the editorial changes as suggested. Now it's now open to questions, comments, and consent on the motion on the floor.
I'll just add a discussion point that I think with our really skeletal staff, that they've done an awesome job in creating this document.
Yeah.
I think that probably many of us would have wanted this initial implementation plan to be more with potentially more guide. It'd be great if we had the outcome measures in here, guidance, but with the amount of staff we have, that I don't think that was possible. So although there's a level of disappointment for me and probably some other people, I think that this is a very good start, our initial plan, and that we should be approving of it.
I agree. Not only that, in terms of the, also within the time frames in which we had to work as well.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
I mean, I would
Lauren,
also
thank you for, I just want to say, Lauren, thank you for saying that. And I do want to make sure that for the record, whatever we just passed, that initial is emphasized and is incorporated in that.
Initial, correct. Thanks for the clarification on it. Joe?
Yeah, I was also going to add on to what Laura said. And, I think actually we could have got all those things done, except for we would have not taken the time to incorporate all of the feedback from so many different voices. And I remember very early on in this process, I remember very early on in this process, Fagan saying, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think, it's taken more time, but I think it's been worth it because there's so many people's hands that are on this and voices that are represented in it. And I think ultimately, it's a much better product, even though some of those components are going to be a bit delayed because there's so many more voices that are incorporated in what was forwarded and what we're going to be voting on today.
Yeah,
That's
thank
Great
you.
point, so that's a great point.
Rick?
Also, yeah, I was just saying that's a great point you just made. The time we took to get the input, I think, has paid enormous dividends. I also don't know how we could have had the metrics until we get the baseline data. And so, we need to get those into the report, but without the baseline data that we don't have complete control over, that might not have been, I don't see how that would have been possible. But anyway, I totally agree. This is the initial plan and there's more we need to do on it.
Right. And we've outlined the process for how we would do that. If there are no further questions, I again want to thank Rachel, staff, and all the members of the AIB because we have met large number of hours and time. And I think we have been extremely transparent and open and received a lot of feedback from our advisory board and everyone else who participated in this process. And this is the process and a model that I hope going forward we can replicate. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 There any dissension, of opposition? I'm sorry. Hearing none, the motion as indicated passes. Let me thank you again. And unless there are some additional questions.
Chair, just before we do have two other documents that you just to double check if there are any changes that board members want to make to either the revised LEA template or the guidance and criteria for success that AIB and MSDE worked on collaboratively.
I did not. I looked over it and I didn't have any additions on that. And to be quite frank with you, I thought that the initial aspect of it was pretty good with the changes. I felt that this was the greatest emphasis for us here and that I feel very comfortable with that. All right.
Great.
You had the full motion on that as well?
It wouldn't hurt actually
Okay.
to approve because you do need to approve the criteria for success.
Yes. All right, then we'll take a motion on both criteria for success and the template, just to be sure that we incorporate that as well. Is there a motion to that effect of discussion?
Rachel, if I can just say, just get clarity, we're going to be updating that criteria for success in August, correct?
Yes.
Yes, there will be.
So this is right. So right now we're sort of meeting legislative guidelines. We have this craft, but as we start to get more information, we'll have the opportunity in short time to make revisions, correct?
Yes, this is only the template and the criteria for success for the initial plans submitted in March of 2023.
And I will motion to adopt or accept whatever the appropriate language is, both of those documents.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to it?
I will second.
We moved in second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we've come to point of a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 They're in opposition? Hearing none, the motion passed. Okay, anything else,
Yay,
Rachel?
Rachel, congratulations.
Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you.
Let me again thank Rachel, the state board, and all of those who've helped us get to this point. this is the beginning. As I started very early this process, we're saying we're going to get in the water and try to swim across. We're now officially in the water. We're going to get across. Okay, thank you.
I just, real quick, want to let you know that, since there aren't any changes to the template or to the criteria for success that were made today, then that will, should go out tomorrow to the LEAs. So they will have, what they need to begin, writing their plans if they so wish, starting tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. And, we will post, the revised version of this document that we've been looking through on the AIB website, and that'll be available until the actual final full document with a professional layout is available, which will hopefully be within a week or so to be posted on the website. And then we're going to have printed copies available in early January.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.